Hello, welcome to today's stream. We are going to continue Danganronpa 3. Yeah, it's unfortunate that I didn't get to finish like the first chapter. Like last stream, I was like a little bit. I mean, yeah, it would have been great if more activity happened right there, but it is fine. We totally get it. We totally get that circumstance. So yeah, that's kind of the thing. So we're gonna continue. Dude, my stomach is like all the way like my stomach feels like kind of weird. Basically, it's just kind of like, you know, when your stomach is relaxed and it's like, okay, you were like too stressed for too long, and it's just like, oh yeah, your stomach is feeling way better now. And it's like, okay, yeah, kind of works a little bit. So it's kind of like that specifically. Right. God damn it. Oh, no, not this one. Dude, I need to change my music for like chilling. I mean, do I even need music for chilling? Probably not. But yeah, before I begin the stream, dude, it's like so weird specifically because like don't get me wrong, there's like lately I've been having like a little bit of a trouble to like gathering up my, well, not gathering up my thoughts, but like literally to like think about nothing really. I was like, actually, like between last week and this week, I feel like I've had more time to basically think about nothing, which is kind of like a good thing altogether. And I don't know, it's kind of like a good feeling to not think about anything, just have a brain empty kind of mentality. And it's like whenever I actually have like thoughts in particular, I kind of like think about it. I'm like, okay, yeah, well, that just happens because like I'm yeah, there's like enough pressure put onto me, but at the same time it's just like, yeah, it's like, I know that I can withstand pressure, like for sure. Like I am kind of a berserker in that sense. That, dude, I can withstand like ungodly amounts of pressure, but it's just like, okay, but empathetic pressure, that's another thing actually, because it's like, because at that point you're kind of talking about like seeing what is really happening, and it's like, in that sense, it kind of makes me to be aware that that is kind of like my weakness, really. That it's just like, okay, there's certain aspect of logic that is going through, and you're like, okay, that logic makes sense, and your emotions show that your logic is being supported, which is kind of like, okay, yeah, sure. But it's like, at the same time, I kind of have to be like, okay, yeah, but I kind of have to be empathetic, basically. And that's kind of like the thing when it comes to like society in general, basically, that is just like, oh, dude, I wish that I could just be empathetic to the otaku community, because like it becomes sometimes impossible to like handle too many things, really. It's just like, I like, part of me, like on the part of my mind, on the front, I'm like, oh yeah, well, I wish that I only cared about the otaku community and all that all was well, but like once I actually start to like process through everything, I'm kind of like, I mean, yeah, but it's like at the same time, it's just like the otaku community is formed of like so many branches of like so many like thought processes to begin with. And it's kind of like I kind of like sat down a little bit thinking about like all the culture that we've gone through. And it's like when it comes to like comics as well, if you actually do think about it, it's like I don't hate comics. Like I love manga, but I don't hate comics. Because like I mean, don't get me wrong, it's like when I grew up, what did I like watch, basically? I was like, okay, it was a little bit of like South Park, Spider-Man, like Hulk, really. And it's like once you actually and well, Venom specifically, yeah, sure. The Joker, Batman, yeah. There's like part of me whenever I kind of like whenever I actually like think about like all the characters that we go through, basically. Like sometimes it makes me think that it's like, I mean, yeah, absolutely. If you think about it in the most accurate manner, we always like make things so that they work, basically, for our communities, basically. And it's like when it comes to the otaku community, basically, it's kind of like I feel like because we have a bunch of like westernized aspects along with like how do I put it, eastern side with like a little bit of like Japanese and Chinese influence and Korean, yeah, as well. You kind of like sit down a little bit thinking that it's just like, ah, gosh, okay, well, it's like you're kind of like playing into the hand of like a lot of like people who kind of share the same value, but at the same time they also probably have like way more values attached to them. And it's like, okay, yeah, but and in their mind it's like, dude, I'm being the greatest otaku that the world has ever seen, but I'm also shoving a little bit of Chinese ideology into the mix, which is kind of like, oh, okay, yeah, that's kind of a thing, really. Or like South Korean, Japanese ideology, and it's just kind of like, oh, well, I mean, yeah, I totally get it, but it's just like that ideology is independent from your side, which won't necessarily work with every single individual in the world. As like the only reasons why we kind of like interact with each other. I wanted to say force, but not. I don't think that we force each other to interact, but rather we're forced to tolerate other aspects of the non-otaku side of other people. And it's kind of like, oh yeah, well, yeah, I mean that's cool. It would be great if you only talked about, I don't know, like Code Geass or something, or like Overlord, or like like what is it? Forget Jojo Senki, something like that. Konosuba, or like goddamn, like stupid degenerate visual novels, basically. And it's just like, oh yeah, well, that makes more sense, right? Or like manga that are like too obscure to be like, hey, yeah, no, like you kind of have to be a little bit mindful, really. And it's kind of like that is kind of like the thing, really, when it comes to like manga in general. Like right now, I've been seeing a lot of like manga sites go down, and I'm part of me, I'm thinking I'm a little bit affected by it, but at the same time, I kind of understand that it's just kind of necessary to begin with. So it's kind of like, to some degree, really, like whenever I actually sit down to think about like the manga um systems and the castles that we built out of that, basically, we kind of have to be like, we kind of have to think about it from the personality standpoint of the people who are actually drawing manga actively. And yeah, it's like there's also comic artists that are also drawing like already established IPs, basically. And it's just like, I think, you know what's the biggest like thing that I think makes society not grow further a little bit? It's just like, I think in the West, actually, there's this big problem that is just like, we rarely actually make new heroes, and we kind of like stick to the heroes that we're already used to, which is kind of like, oh, Spider-Man, but with another person, Spider-Man, but also kind of fruity. And it's kind of like, when you actually look at it from that perspective, really, it's just like, if you think about it from some perspectives, really, like, sometimes you do need a little bit of a different standpoint, really. And it's kind of like, yeah, because like you sometimes do need a different angle and different stories and different characters. And I say that because like I was watching like clips of Invincible. I did see the first season of Invincible, I think, when I was just getting started. And it was kind of like, oh, dude, that's kind of interesting. Invincible is kind of interesting as it is, really. And I was like, oh, well, damn, okay. Seems kind of an interesting concept. And it has gotten like 4 or 5 seasons at this point. And it's kind of like, oh, dude, like, that's so interesting. And you can kind of like think about it from that perspective, where you're just like, dude, things have been evolving like so vividly when it comes to like creative artwork in the West and in the Japanese side. If you think about it, is like it was always constantly growing, actually. And once you actually like sit down to think about it, it's just like the manga artist was, I mean, ended up going back into art commissions to some degree. I was like, if we actually do observe what was really truly happening when it comes to like Japanese studios and projects, really, is like, once I actually think about what tends to happen on that side, it's like every single time that there's chaos, there's like chaos that is very chaotic that destroys studios in the Japanese side. And it's kind of like, I kind of understand why that is, because it's like, I think in the Japanese side is a little bit more like the hierarchy definitely works a little bit different, and the dynamics of the hierarchy are a little bit different, because like you're kind of like morally obligated to be under somebody else, like as a kohai senpai kind of like relationship. And it kind of becomes this kind of thing where it's just like, I mean, yeah, that totally makes sense to some degree. And but the thing is, like, I think even the Japanese side was debating this for a little bit because like there were too many Japanese senpais that were like, we don't know what is happening, and the kohais were like, oh, I know what is happening, but I'm still gonna listen to my senpai because like he knows best. And it's like, to some degree, I sometimes like sit down thinking to myself that is like, I mean, there's a reason why some of these things exist, definitely, because it makes room for people to kind of like have social bonds and have like that kind of structure to be like a respectful type of structure. But at the same time, it's just like, it's not necessarily the most efficient structure to begin with. And I think that that's one of the things that the Japanese culture kind of like has gone through. But it's like, in some way, really, I don't think tradition is a bad thing, because like I've heard like some things that of Japanese culture that are kind of like funny, which is kind of like, oh, you need a stamp, you need your own stamp in order for you to open your bank account or something like that. And it's like, whenever I actually think about it from some perspectives, it's like, dude, I remember back in the day in Mexico, where you actually, like back when I was like a teenager, actually in Mexico, we had like teachers made like told others to be like, hey, you need to do your stamps. If you're a teacher, you need your stamp, basically. It's like, okay, yeah, just go do stamps, basically. It's like, kind of makes me think that it's just like, technologically speaking, we just don't need that, because it's like, oh, it's way more secure to be like, hey, yeah, just here's your digital signature. You don't need to do all these kind of things. It's whatever. You don't need to like pollute more things. You don't need to do that. The only thing that you need to do is just pollute the environment by by making like the only pollution that you need to do is the water pollution of cooling down server rooms with like with too many with databases of like digital signatures and all that stuff. Like when you look at it from that perspective, and it's like, yeah, well, it's way more efficient, really. But at the same time, it's just like, I mean, it's way less charming, way less meaningful, and it's just like, yeah, nobody cares. It's just data that is there for you to give you access to things and to deny you access to things or to safeguard some things out of other people. It's like that's the only thing that there is for. But it's like to some degree, I kind of like sit down thinking to myself that it's like, okay, but what is the charm of actually having your own household identity? I was like, once you actually think about it from that perspective, that it's like, I mean, yes, that's kind of the big problem that the West is going through. That is like, yeah, well, we care about efficiency and we get things going, really. We remove a lot of processes. We make your life as comfortable as possible. But we also erase a lot of your identity by doing so. And the desire to leave a foot in the world, basically. We in the West, and that's kind of what the West is doing to some degree, that is like they kind of have this kind of problem that is like, oh yeah, we just wish efficiency to be the thing. And it's like, the thing is like, I think that your individuality sometimes gets in the way of efficiency. Like, I think that it's kind of important that you have no identity as a person. And it's kind of important that you become like a sheep that consumes everything that gets shoved into you, and you never build anything. And if you do something like that, you kind of like end up in that environment where it's just like, oh well, yeah, I mean, there's no flavor anymore. You don't have any flavor. We made any automated process so that your life is as unflavorful, as efficient as possible, but as unflavorful as possible to some degree. And it's like, a lot of the time, that's kind of what really happens with like a lot of people. Basically, that is just like, I think that is the biggest problem that the West is like actually facing. That is like, it just wants people to be as unflavorful as possible. And it's like a lot of people are kind of fighting against it, being like too radical about their personality, and it's like the flavor that people kind of put in front. It's flavor that is unreasonable, unhealthy, and unable to even get any sort of like natural identity. It's kind of like a forged identity to some degree, basically. And it's kind of like, when you actually look at it, well, forged by somebody else as well. So that's kind of the thing that kind of like struck me a little bit, that the Japanese are still trying to like push through. That is like, we do not wish to make things too efficient, because if we do, we lose a little bit of our identity and a little bit of our essence, a little bit of our flavor. And if we're completely honest, our flavor is what makes people love us to begin with, instead of just being like a machine that is overly efficient over something. And it's kind of like, this is kind of like the thing that is storming through the West. That is just like, in the West, it really has it's kind of like trying to struggle from erasing your own identity and replacing it with others. And when others come, they're going to erase their identity at some point. And it kind of becomes this kind of thing where it's just like, okay, yeah, well, that's not necessarily like the true intended goal, but it's just like, the intended goal is to to have a homogeneous flavor to something. But it's like, but at the same time, when I actually look at it in a psychological way, the brain itself really is like, I mean, you can put vanilla and chocolate and strawberry in one ice cream, and you can eat all three of them at the same time. But if you mix them up, do you taste strawberry, chocolate, and vanilla all at the same time? Or is it a different flavor to begin with? It's like, once you actually look at it from that perspective, when you actually think about the essence of the individuals that are trying to make kind of like a melting pot of everything, really, it's kind of like, to some degree, you sometimes do have to make like a melting pot of like identity and culture so you can actually progress through life. But at the same time, you kind of have to be a little bit mindful of where you came from to begin with. And it's like, that is like the biggest problem, because when people kind of like try to bring things of where they came from and their essence and the influence that their essence brings, when you put both of those ideas together from two completely different cultures, there's kind of like a compelling effect for a battle, basically, where the melting pot is always constantly fighting to get the right values in place, basically. And it's like, yeah, to some degree, that is kind of like the thing that a lot of people are kind of like struggling to maintain, because it's like, dude, it's like the big, I think that it's a good sacrifice that our culture becomes a melting pot for other things while we lose a little bit of our identity in the process. And it's just like, that's kind of like the thing when it comes to like efficiency, that is just like, the system itself, in order for the melting pot to even work, you kind of have to consider all these things, but also you need to be an individual to kind of like exert your own desire, because it's like, for example, I'll give you an example, basically, that has been on my mind for like the longest time. That is like, let's say that I go to Japan, right? Let's say that I go to Japan and I'm like, oh, hey, Japan, that's great. I was like, Japan is like, okay, you have to behave like the Japanese, exactly like Japanese people. And I kind of think to myself, okay, yeah, sure, but like, I think I am aware that there are Japanese people that aren't necessarily like 100% in touch with everything that the quote unquote senpais, or like the leaders, are saying, because like there's some conflicting aspect of ideas. And if you actually think about it, it's like, yeah, I mean, it's not 100% accurate, but it's a lovely system to begin with. For people, for the weak, it is a lovely system, because they learn as they go, basically. But for people who have more experience in certain aspects, it's a little bit of a nightmare, basically, because you kind of like end up having too many people having to learn things that they've already learned, or having people learning inefficient systems just to belong. So it's kind of like, to some degree, I kind of like have to think about it from that perspective, where it's just like, it's not perfect, absolutely not, but is it kind of like a flavorful thing to kind of like maintain some of it and the process? Because like, if I'm going to Japan, I want Japanese flavor, basically, you know what I mean? It's just like, I don't like, if I go to Japan, I don't want to be dealing with like American flavor, even although that I kind of like understand the Americans and their whole ordeal about freedom. And it's like, But at the same time, on the back of my head, I'm also thinking, I mean, yeah, I want a Japanese flavor, but do I want the Japanese abuse that comes with it? I was like, ooh, that's a little bit of a thing because like nobody wants to deal with abuse. Nobody wants to. As like a lot of people say, like, oh well, it's very Japanese, basically. Whereas like at the same time, it's just kind of like, yeah, but like how? Because there's a smart way of doing things, and there's a dumb way of doing things, and then there's things about just making pleasure out of like a bad situation, you know? And it's kind of like, yeah, that's kind of like the thing, isn't it? It becomes this kind of thing where it's like where the fight for essence kind of becomes pointless, and it becomes a fight between individuals to see who's the top dog, basically. I was like, well, this man is very Japanese, so he is the top dog of this entire world, and you must submit to him, because if you're wanting Japanese flavor, you must accept the abuse of the most Japanese man. And it's kind of like, oh, well, it's kind of a little bit awkward, isn't it? Because it's like, I don't think it's a Japanese thing to abuse people. Well, sometimes. I think it's an asshole thing to abuse people. You know what I mean? It's kind of like the same thing that it's like, oh, well, if you're not American, you're not American enough. If you're not saying freedom whenever somebody that we don't like gets hurt. And it's kind of like, no, I don't think that's an American thing. I think that's an asshole thing to do. It's something that shouldn't happen to begin with. And it's kind of like the same thing in other cultures where they're just like, okay, this is a very British thing. This is a very Mexican thing. This is a very whatever thing. This abuse is very Mexican. This abuse is very British. This abuse is very American. This abuse is very Japanese. And it's like, no, maybe sure you can say that, but also at the same time, it's like, I think that it could be that the person who claims to have the most Japanese flavor is also exerting their abuse onto others because they're too Japanese and they're too high within their inflated psychic energy to think that because they're the most Japanese, they get to abuse other people. And it's just kind of like, that's kind of like the thing a little bit, really, where I think that it is kind of necessary to kind of like be a little bit more mindful over like the situations and the conditions that some people are going through. And it's kind of like this kind of thing where it's just like sometimes the reasons why they are stressed is because of other factors. It's not necessarily because they wish to be stressed, but it's because they're dealing with problems altogether. And like once I actually think about it from that perspective, really, it's like I kind of think of it from the perspective of having a little bit of a balanced aspect over not giving too much of someone who is above you, the same way that you shouldn't submit too much to somebody who is above you, basically. It's like remain some kind of identity to yourself. Have some kind of stamp for yourself so you can stamp things onto places, basically, with your own name and be like, hey, this is part of my identity and I kind of like it because it's mine, you know? And like to some degree, I kind of like, I'm in the camp where like a lot of people are like, yo, dude, there's no point in having stamps onto things. Like, there's no fucking point. But over here, I'm kind of thinking, no, it's kind of cool. It's kind of like a cool idea. It kind of reminds you that you need to be a little bit of an individual. That in order for you to exist as a society, you need to be first as an individual. Because if you're strong as an individual, the society is stronger. Like, if you're a strong individual, society is stronger because you have an individual who is strong. If you are weak, the strong are ultimately going to try to force you into thinking in different ways. And it's not going to make you necessarily stronger. It might even necessarily obey every aspect of society. Is also going to make you weaker because you obeyed everything. And it's kind of like, whenever you look at it from that perspective, it kind of becomes a little bit of a thing to be aware of what it truly means to be an individual in a society that is different to you or that is of your own, where it kind of becomes kind of necessary for you to kind of have a stamp for yourself. It's kind of like a meaningful thing to be like, yeah, I mean, if I am strong, my society is stronger as a consequence. If I am weak, my society will become weaker as a consequence. Therefore, it is kind of necessary to be aware of what it truly means to be yourself and give it a little bit of meaning of where your identity, rather than just saying, hey, yeah, well, I don't care about my symbols. I don't care about those. I'm ready to abandon them whenever time is necessary because I'm a coward and I like to run away from things. So if I like to run away from things, I will run away from this at some point. And it's kind of like that is kind of like the big thing when it comes to like society nowadays. That is kind of like if we actually look at it from a PvP, I mean, I'm starting to look at life a little bit more of a PvP server type of thing, where it's just like, yeah, you have so many PvP servers and you're fighting in every single one of them to some degree, basically. And to some degree, it's kind of inevitable that you're going to PvP in those servers because people are listening to you in those servers, basically. And it's kind of like, when I actually look at it from that perspective, it's just like, damn, it kind of, like, I don't know if it's my formation of, like, my background as in the moral and aspect things. I'm not going to talk about, like, things that should be talked about on YouTube. But it's like, once I actually think about it, my formation, that is like, do not wish ill unto others the same way that you do not other people to wish you ill. You kind of like I start thinking about all that kind of aspect where I'm like, yeah, that's kind of like the formation that I kind of have, where it's just like, where I've come to realization that it's just kind of like, I wouldn't wish for a person to bend over so much that they become mental slaves to their societies, basically. Because like, if they become mental slaves and they have no other options, then it's just like, yeah, that is something that we really shouldn't encourage, because you're encouraging your society to be weaker on purpose, basically. You're encouraging your society to wake up, submit to something, and go to bed thinking that you did the right thing because you submitted to the right tree, to the right thing to submit. When in reality, there should be an ideal of like the mind where it's like, no, you need to submit to yourself. First you submit to yourself, then you submit to others, to other ideas. Because like, if you submit to yourself, if you actually have some clear idea of what your identity is, if you actually look at your stamp as your symbols, once you actually think about those things, you are happier as a consequence. Once you actually think about those values over how you were formed and how you're constantly evolving to be on the right side of your own heart and mind, it kind of becomes this kind of thing where it's just like, yeah, you need to be, first, you need to align things with your heart and your mind before you can actually do anything. Because if you don't, problems will arise when you submit too much to things that you don't agree with. You will become sick. You will become ill. You will never want to do anything for anyone ever, because society keeps telling you that you must behave in a particular way. So And because they tell you that you must behave in a particular way, you as a consequence become a person who doesn't want to help at all. You become kind of like a parasite to some degree, because like your mental and heart and your heart and your mind are somewhere else. And that just speaks that your mental health is not, and your emotional health are not right if you're not moving anywhere to begin with. So once I actually look at it from that perspective, it kind of becomes this kind of thing where like, it's kind of like the Kung Fu Panda ending to that movie, where Po is like, oh yeah, here's a scroll. Here's the scroll for the Dragon Warrior. And it's just empty, and it's just mirrors into, like, it's a golden sheet, and it mirrors like the person's face, and it's like, yeah, this is how you become a Dragon Warrior to begin with. Like, like you first look at yourself, and you look at how mentally healthy you are, and how emotionally healthy you are, in order for you to move and actually do things such as a warrior would do, basically, to some degree. And it's like, oh yeah, that doesn't really make sense, right? Like, I think that makes the most sense to begin with, rather than blindly submitting to things, basically. And it's like, once I actually look at it from that perspective, I kind of think about it, and I'm like, yeah, emotionally speaking, I'm betraying myself sometimes when I'm not studying the things that I should be studying, really, because that's what I want to study to begin with. I was like, sometimes I'm kind of thinking to myself, yeah, a little bit. It's not that you're betraying others, it's that you're betraying yourself by not doing exactly the things that you wish to do, basically. That's kind of like, yeah, that is kind of like the biggest flaw of like modernity nowadays. That is like, I think modernity has allowed a lot of systems to constantly betray yourself. It kind of has allowed it, because like, the thing is, like, the cell phone that you have in your pocket means that you're constantly being formed by other things, other people, other influences, other everything. And it's like, to some degree, it kind of becomes this kind of thing where if we have people who are put into the fray from a very young age, their identity is going to be unrecognizable to anyone that had any kind of like initial solid formation. Anyone that had any traditional type of like growth won't be able to relate to someone who was raised by a phone, because the phone is ultimately going to dictate that you must be a warrior and be paranoid over anything that people tell you, just because other people tell you. And it's just like, I don't think that we can tell a 10-year-old to be like, think fast, chuckle nuts. You're going to get manipulated by 20 different countries at the same time, and you have to choose basically one of them. Otherwise, you're not free, you're an asshole, you fucking suck. Go fuck yourself. And it's just kind of like I think that it just shows that when it comes to like that, I think that there's some level of parenting that has gone wrong with like a lot of like the modern father and mother. That is just like, the modern father and mother, they do not raise their kids, basically. The modern father and mother are too busy being manipulated by thousands and thousands and thousands of ideas that do not make sense and do not collide and do not make a contribution. And they go to sleep, and they think, oh, I actually did the right thing today because I submitted to someone who was suffering. Okay, that's great. I submitted to someone who was bleeding on the street, and I did a good thing today because I submitted to them, and I gave them the rightful spot of them, and I make them, and I feel like I did some justice today by doing that. I was like, part of me, I'm kind of thinking to myself that it's like, I think that it's just the problem is just like the modern adult doesn't have enough criteria, but he thinks that he does. Because like he thinks that he's in the right criteria because he keeps listening to sweet little nothings that tell him that he's absolutely right on everything that he's saying. And it's like that's kind of like the thing that kind of like irks me a little bit from time to time, where it's just like, okay, specifically, what do you mean by those kind of things? Do you think that submitting to people who think differently is a good thing? I mean, listening to people that think differently from you, kind of a good thing. Submitting to them, that's a different story. Because like, you can submit to somebody who is like, oh yeah, by the way, your wife is kind of hot, actually. Like, can I bang your wife? And it's like, and you're kind of like, oh yeah, yeah, sure. I mean, I cheat on her every day. Like, don't worry, you can bang my wife. That's kind of like, did you actually do something good today by letting somebody else bang your wife? Did you do something good by cheating on your wife? Oh yeah, because my wife is also cheating, so I think it's kind of like necessary to like get things straight, basically. It's kind of like whenever I think about it from that perspective, I'm kind of thinking, like, yeah, no, just because like you get positive reinforcement doesn't mean that you're on the right track. It just means that you do not that you're a dopamine chaser. You're an approval chasing person. You're looking for approval constantly 24/7. And I think that's kind of like the problem of my generation. This Zillennials, this Zoomers, millennial kind of like generation, where we became too much of a we're always looking for approval from other people because of social media. And in reality, what is actually happening is like, oh, you actually do need to have your own stamp. You actually do need to be able to put your foot down on certain things, basically. And it's like, yeah, just because you have like moral values doesn't mean that other people are going to see them as moral values. They're probably going to see them as poison to some degree. And why is that? Because they've shoved themselves too much in the submission tree that they kind of have to emotionally defend that tree of submission that they've like put themselves through to some degree, basically. That's kind of like that. I think that is like the biggest problem, really, that the Western world is kind of facing, and the Japanese world has to be a little bit aware of. Like the Asian world, the Chinese, the Koreans, the Japanese, because like I'm not the kind of person to be like to harm the essence of the individual, because I think that the individual is a beautiful thing to begin with. And it's because like, yeah, the individual is what flavor gives life essence to begin with. It's what makes life worth living to begin with. And once you actually look at it from that perspective, really, it just becomes this kind of thing where it's just like, why would I purposely shove thousands and thousands, millions of people onto the fire of despair and inexistence by telling them that they should be sacrifices of others and be submitted to others, because there's no other way of living other than submitting to the strongest? And it's like, at some degree, I kind of like think about it from that perspective, and I'm thinking, yeah, no, you do need a little bit of character within your own grounds to make your life fruitful, flavorful, and as a consequence, making the life of others being fruitful as well. So yeah, that's kind of like the thing where I want to end that rant on, basically, where it's when you actually think about it from the better good perspective, it's like, okay, what is the better good for humanity? Well, you're an individual in a society. If you are a weak individual in a society, society ultimately becomes weaker. If you're a strong person in a society, your society becomes stronger as a consequence, and you get more things done and you enrich the lives of people instead of sipping and making them weak as a consequence. So, doesn't make sense to submit to the ideas of the strong 24/7 because they think that they're in the right. It's like, no, you need a little bit of character within yourself and be like, okay, am I actually saying this because I believe it, or because I'm submitting to ideas of somebody who is stronger than me and will beat my ass if I don't obey exactly as they say? And it's like, that's kind of like the thing when it comes to like society in general, that we are kind of like, we kind of have a necessary, we must have a necessary exercise for the individual to reconstruct itself and to actually think in the most rational way and say, I must be stronger so my society actually works, so that society becomes stronger. So the society that I'm sitting on, that I'm sitting on top, becomes stronger. Not, oh, my society suddenly becomes weaker because like I became too strong. It's like, no. If you care about your society, if you care about your society, you're going to want to be strong and exert your influence over that society, rather than actually destroying that society and calling the weak out of like out of the system, basically. Because if you're calling the weak and making them unable to like to be part of existence at that point, you're making an exercise of making society weaker as a consequence, because you're talking about emotionally destroying the emotions of people. You're talking about making the communities weaker due to the fact that you decided to exterminate them to begin with. So if you look at it from that perspective, really, doesn't make sense to make your society weaker on purpose just because of certain symbols that must be preserved. You make your society cleaner, sure. You make your society weaker as a consequence. Why? Because there was some emotional attachment to that person. And if there was some emotional attachment to that person, it only makes sense to make your society weaker whenever somebody abandons the field, sometimes. So that's kind of the thing, really. Like, I'm in the camp where, like, specifically, I just don't think that it makes sense to encourage weakness to begin with. Doesn't make sense. It really doesn't make sense. If you're emotionally attached to somebody, it doesn't make sense to like call them. It doesn't make sense leaving permanent damage to them to be unable to like exert any kind of influence ever. It doesn't make sense. So sometimes I kind of like think about it from that perspective, and I'm like, yeah, kind of makes more sense to like encourage people to be stronger so that their communities become stronger, rather than just cutting people off and just being like, hey, you know what, you need to like come back into reality whenever the time is right, basically. And it's kind of like that is kind of like the thing, really. I like. I think like a lot of people don't really have like the patience to bring back people into reality, basically. And specifically because like the internet has made it difficult for people to have the most accurate reality. Because if you actually think about it from some perspectives, the reality of the otaku is a completely different one from the boomer who just thinks in a way, basically. And it's like once I actually look at it from that perspective, it's just kind of like, yeah, well, what do you do? It's like, do I off myself jump off a bridge because I'm not exactly thinking like the boomer that is speaking and saying all these things? Or do I think about what makes my heart and my mind go and make things go in the most accurate way possible, basically? That's kind of like, yeah, that totally makes sense, really. Why make your societies weaker on purpose? Doesn't really make sense. Doesn't really make sense at all. So that's kind of the thing, and it's like when you actually look at it from the perspective of like, oh, you must cut everything that has been rotten off of like the tree of existence, really. It's kind of like I kind of think to myself that it's just like, oh, damn, okay. Didn't think that you should have made yourself weaker on purpose. I was like, okay, you think that abandoning someone makes you stronger? Does abandoning a person makes you stronger? Leaving a person to die makes you stronger? It doesn't. It causes a mental infection, sure, but it doesn't necessarily make you stronger. And even if we actually look at it from a medical standpoint, a vaccine is exactly that. You inject the virus onto the bodies of people so that your immune system can adapt to it. And once your immune system adapts to the virus, it can know how to combat it. I was like, instead, what is actually happening as a consequence is like, nope, you know what? We're gonna cut you off forever. Nothing is ever gonna happen. You're a poison, and you will inevitably kill us. Okay, yeah, sure. Or whenever something similar arises and you don't know how to deal with, well, that's kind of the thing. You have not injected yourself with the data into your body so you can actually combat it, basically. It's like, and you get a weaker body as a consequence. You get a weaker society as a consequence. So it's like when I actually look at it from the perspective where life imitates art, and like socializing imitates medicine, I kind of have to look at it and be like, hey, yeah, that totally makes sense. That totally makes sense. Well, absolutely. In medicine, there are some diseases that are like too goddamn like crippling that it's just like, oh yeah, the Black Plague. Okay, you kind of do need to isolate them in some other place because it's like you'll end up killing more people as a consequence if you leave that to spread, basically. Whereas like one thing is a Black Plague, and the other one is just like logic and emotional logic to begin with. So yeah, it's kind of like that. Anyway, let's start the gameplay in like a couple of minutes, basically. I just wanted to get that off my chest. Basically, I just needed to, because like, yeah, I look at it from some perspectives, really, and it's like, and when I look at it from the perspectives of the uncurable diseases, really, it's like our like illnesses truly uncurable. I mean, they are uncurable until they aren't, basically. So I kind of have to look at it from that perspective, really. Where if we can make our society strong enough so they can actually like overcome the most incurable disease ever, then we are doing something good, probably. So yeah, and it's like here's like the here is the nasty thing about reality. That is like, yeah, there's an incurable disease right now. Do not expect that the future have more incurable diseases. Yeah, probably. Probably we will probably face even more incurable diseases as a consequence. So yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. It just becomes inevitable to kind of like constantly be on the exercise of becoming stronger as we advance, because like if we don't, we perish, basically. So it's kind of like that. But anyway. Okay, cool. Okay, so this is where we left off. And signals this receiver. And at that moment, the camera attached to the sensor will snap the critical picture. Yeah, this should do it. No doubt about it. This plan will probably work. No, not just probably. It'll definitely work. Alright then, the final step. Turn the sensors on. Oh, right. We should turn them on before we leave. There's a 10-second delay as it starts up, so we have to leave quick. Got it. It'd be a waste of film if it took our pictures. Okay, sure. After setting our trap and powering on the cameras attached to the sensor, we quickly exited the library. And now we wait for the mastermind to show themselves. There's still some time left. Do you want to go see anybody? No, I'd rather focus on the plan. Besides, I'm sure everyone else is fine. Plus, once we get out of here, I'll have all the time in the world to see them. That's true. Well, let's go to the classroom. Okay, yeah, sure. Oh. So yeah, to some degree, it's kind of like a necessary thing to kind of like ironically, you can give like a teenager, a child, plenty of things to eat from, and if you're able to give them plenty of things to eat from, you will have the freedom to choose what their favorite food is, their favorite clothing, their favorite hobby, their favorite something. And if they are free enough to do that, then it becomes ultimately a thing of the character for them to defend that as their favorite things, all their favorite things. The same way that a jazz player made a song about his favorite things, the individual must do manga about their favorite things, games about their favorite things, all these kind of things, where visual novels, whatever it is, really, of their favorite things. It's like, oh, I really like wine. I should probably try to make some wine myself, because that can kind of become my favorite thing as well. So it's like, yeah, sure. go for it. That's kind of like the thing. Upon entering the classroom, a wave of anxiety suddenly overwhelmed me. My heart felt like it would beat out of my chest at any moment. Let's keep the door open a little, so we can see anyone going through to the basement. Yeah. Kaede, about the security sensor receiver. Could you hold on to it, please? I just feel like you'd be better suited for that than me. There's more power switch on it. Make sure you don't turn it off by accident. No, you should hold on to it, Shuichi. You're the one who came up with this plan, and I trust you. Also, Shuichi, you just said I'm better than you at something. Why do you say things like that anyway? Because that's what he believes, actually. Why? Guess it's good that we have some time left, because I wanted to talk to you about that. Talk to me. It's probably none of my business, but I think you should be more confident. Kaede, what the shut the fuck up, actually. Especially since the ultimate initiative selected you as the ultimate detective. No, really, I shouldn't be the ultimate detective. I'm not even a real detective. I mean, yeah, sure, kind of. But it's like, once you actually think about it from that perspective, really, it's like, sure, having confidence is kind of important, really. And having somebody tell you that you're really good at something, it's kind of a good thing. But you actually have to look at it from the perspective that it's just like, okay, if you have to be confident on something, be confident on something that you think that you are, rather than being good at something that you will never be happy to be as, basically. But it's like, I think to some degree, it kind of becomes this kind of thing where it's like, you kind of have to eat up a little bit of what is being fed to you to kind of understand if you are to have true ability to it, and if it truly inspires you and it brings euphoria to you to some degree. So it's kind of like a little bit of a thing where like it becomes very, very necessary for in young ages for the young to be able to eat as much as they can in the perspectives of knowledge and behavior, so that they can choose the favorite thing to do in that perspective, really. And it's like, once you actually look at it from that perspective, it's just kind of like, yeah, sure, this is what you're good at, and you enjoy doing that, so why don't you keep doing that? I was like, yeah, sure, that's kind of a thing. What do you mean? I didn't even really want to be a detective. My uncle runs a detective business. I would sometimes help out as an apprentice. It was usually just cheating couples, background checks. But one day I came across a murder case completely by chance. I solved it before the police did. They called me the boy detective. That's when I got scouted by the Ultimate Initiative, though I only solved one case. Even so, it's still amazing that you solved a murder case. Most people can't do that. I wonder if it was a really good thing I solved that case. Okay, yeah, sure. Okay. Right.
自分の家族の復讐のために被害者を殺したらしいんだ。被害者は犯人の家族を騙して自殺に追い込んだ最低のやつだったんだってさ。殺されて当然のやつだったって。それなのに僕はそんな被害者の味方をした。憎まれて当然だよね。
Right.
そうじゃないよ。
It's not like you took sides, you uncovered the truth. That's what detectives do, right?
そうだね。
Yeah, I uncovered the truth, which makes it my fault, and I'm still suffering the consequences. Well, here's the thing about like breaking plates in the world, basically. Buildings are made of stone. Plates are made of stone. Everything, if you think about it, has gone through a stone, if you think about it. The stone tools that got us to this point was part of it. Inevitably, it has gone through every aspect of your life to go through this stone. The good things and the bad things. A stone has been used to kill animals, people, things. But it's a stone to begin with. You can shape a stone whichever way you like to get the intended purpose. You can even write on top of a stone and make it like a tablet with information. But if you actually think of that, there's ultimately going to be a consequence that you made the stone take a shape that it shouldn't have taken place, then inevitably you will never be able to make anything out of stone. Really. It's kind of like that. It's kind of like a stone could have been an axe, could have been a tablet, could have been something. But inevitably, it ended up killing somebody. Or it ended up hitting people and harming people. Does that mean that every stone is harmful to you? I mean, it was your fault that it killed somebody, maybe. It was your fault that it hit the wrong person or the right person. And the consequence is that you ultimately hit that person with that stone. Really. So, do you think that it was a bad thing that you hit somebody with a stone? A stone is a stone. It shouldn't dictate your life if you decide to do it in one way or another one. Your brain is kind of like a stone if you think about it. So if your brain was molded to be a detective and I hate the right person to solve a murder case, your stone did the right job. Maybe the hatred will remain with you. And that's fine in its own regard. It's inevitable sometimes. Maybe you broke your stone in an angle that made you uncomfortable. Maybe the stone is not shaped exactly as you wish it to be shaped, but you cut the stone in that way, and ultimately speaking, that was your decision, and it's something that you're gonna have to carry on, regardless in the world. Whenever you take action towards something, really, it's like kind of becomes inevitable. You can keep trying and breaking stones until you get the perfect stone and the perfect shape for the perfect tool for the right job. But that takes time. So maybe you weren't too happy about the consequences, but it was a stepping stone, really. And once you get through the stepping stone and you learn enough, you know that you did the right thing by maybe making a stepping stone the exercise to do, basically. Ever since that one stupid case, I've been so afraid of uncovering the truth. I'll never forget those eyes, the hatred, the way they stared into me. Anyway, that's why I have trouble looking at people in the eyes sometimes. So that's why he wears that hat. I'm not a real detective, Kaede. What kind of stupid detective is afraid of finding the truth? Right then, I noticed Shuichi's hands were trembling. I gently reached out and held his hand. Kaede.
ここにピアノでもあれば君を励ます曲が弾けたんだけどね。
Right.
ドビュッシーの月の光とか、ああいう綺麗な曲がぴったりだと思うんだ。
Okay, the more that I kind of listen to Kaede, the more I'm like, you're not a fucking pianist. You're not. Something about Kaede sounds really, it gives me like a really, really nasty vibe. I don't know what it is. It's like, yeah, just do it like that. Kind of like, are you actually, what is up with the real person inside of you? That kind of makes me a little bit skeptical over what he's saying. I was like, yeah, that's kind of like the thing.
水面に浮かんだ月みたいに心が穏やかになれるいい曲なんだけど。
Right.
あ、わかっちゃった。実は私も震えてるんだよね。でも犀原くんがいなかったらもっと震えてたと思う。震えて何もできなかったと思う。私は犀原くんがいてくれてよかったよ。君がいてくれたからこうして立ち向かえてるんだもん。犀原くんがいなかったら首謀者を追い詰めようって勇気も出てこなかったよ。だからもっと自分に胸を張ってよ。私は君を信じてるからさ。君も自分を信じてあげてよ。うん、やってみるよ。できるかわからないけどやってみる。
Right.
うん、約束だよ。
After letting go of his hand, I quickly changed the subject.
そうそう。
Also, I think you should look way cooler if you didn't wear. You would look way cooler if you didn't wear that hat.
え？
What are you talking about?
え？
What? I'm serious here. Once we're out of here, I want you to show me what you look like without the hat, okay?
ああ。
Jeez, I just want to see everyone smile. Dude, you know what Kaede is gonna be like at the end of the day? Kaede is gonna be like, you fucking idiots, you piece of shit. You smell funny, I hate you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you in particular. Go eat shit. I think that you're the worst person in the fucking world. You make my life miserable. Shithead, fucking shithead, piece of shit, poop face. Go fuck yourself. I was like, yeah, sometimes I probably think about it. Like, that's probably how people like that are in the inside.
あのね。
I love seeing the expression people make when they're enjoying themselves. That's why I play piano, to see the smiles on everybody's faces.
うんうん。
And that's why we need to expose the mastermind and end this dumb killing game. So we can smile with everybody else. Yeah. After our serious talk, we talked about this and that to kill some time. We did all we could and prepared for whatever happened next. I was nervous, of course. But all we could do was wait for the moment to arrive. As the time limit drew closer and closer, and then suddenly the moment arrived. Okay, sure. What is this weird music? Is it coming from the monitor?
もしかして。
Maybe it's a warning that we need to start killing. The time limit is almost up.
ああ、もう。
They need to stop screwing with us. How much suffering do they want from us? Wait, Kaede. I hear people talking in the hallway. Huh? People talking? I focused my attention on the hallway. I could hear a group of boys and girls talking. I tried my best to listen while I peered through the gap of the classroom door. I saw 7 boys and girls head down the stairs.
ゴンタ君に春川さん、茶柱さんにアンジーさんに夢野さんに天海君も。
The 7 continued to walk down the stairs.
どう して。
What's a big group like that planning to do? Rantaro was with them too. Didn't he say he would end this game? It's almost nighttime, right? If they're all headed to the basement right now, could the mastermind be with them too? Kaito, Gonta, Maki, Tenko, Anji, Himiko, and Rantaro. One of them is the mastermind?
いや、
It is unusual for such a big group to all go to the basement.
まさか。
They're not planning on going to the library, are they? That would be bad. They'll scare off the mastermind from using the bookcase and ruin the plan. What?
よし。
I'm going to check out the basement. I'll come with you. Okay. No, you stay and keep watch, Kaede. Okay, yeah, sure. With that, Shuichi dashed out of the classroom.
えっと、
Huh? Why am I alone one? Realizing I was alone, all the fear and anxiety I was trying to hide rushed back into me.
もう。
Jeez. I couldn't keep still, so I grabbed the broom from the corner of the classroom, circling for no reason at all. I had to move my body. The anxiety was getting to me. Shuichi, please come back already. I continued to distract myself with cleaning until Shuichi finally came back.
あれ？
Kaede, why are you sweeping? Huh? Oh, no reason. Anyway, what about the people down in the basement? Everything is okay. They all went to the game room. The game room? Why there?
ピンポンパンポン。
Okay. 1 hour, everybody dies. There's only 1 hour until the time limit. Yeah, it's almost time.
そうだな。
I'm sure that the mastermind will make their move soon. If Monokuma is going to show up when time runs out, the mastermind will go to the library. Then it happens so suddenly. My heart nearly leapt out of my chest as the receiver in Shuichi's hand suddenly went off. Shuichi, the receiver!
そうだ。
Someone move the bookcase! Hurry, Kaede! Shuichi sprinted out of the classroom with the determination of a true ultimate detective. Wait for me! I dropped everything I was holding and ran after Shuichi. I could feel my heart beating faster and faster. I was so nervous, my head felt like it was pounding with every heartbeat. Kata, let's go inside. Yeah. Bracing myself to confront the mastermind, I had balled my hands in the fists without realizing it. It'll be fine. Everything will work out. I was still convincing myself when I caught up with Shuichi, who had his hand on the door. Huh? What are you guys doing here?
Oh,
Never mind, your timing is perfect. You should join our strategy meeting.
ですよね。
Kat is definitely welcome to join. Strategy meeting?
そうだ。
When the time limit hits, we're gonna fight Monokuma. We got a plan for that battle. We thought it'd be harder for Monokuma to get to the basement, so we're going to get to the game room.
ね。
Hold on, both of you, come with us. The mastermind is in the library.
え？
Huh? The mastermind? We'll explain everything later, but right now we need you to come with us. We might really be able to end this killing game.
マジかよ。
Are you serious?
先手必勝です。
I don't really understand, but you just need me to Aikido throw whoever's inside, right? No, I'll do it. I'll be the one to take them down.
ああ、もう。
This isn't a competition. I'm gonna open the door right now, okay? With the unveiling of the mastermind so close at hand, all my anxiety had disappeared. I stepped inside the library. As I walked in, I noticed the moving bookcase at the end of the room was slowly closing. But there was no sign of the mastermind. The moving bookcase had closed on its own without any outside help.
あれ
Where is the mastermind? We quickly walked towards the moving bookcase, and then not too far from the moving bookcase, we saw... Oh. Wait, really? Wait, so... The blonde dude is gonna be the first one to die? Okay, oh. Is it actually gonna be him? Damn, okay, sure. Rantaro Amami, who had yet to reveal his ultimate talent to the rest of us, lay dead on the ground. Deadly Life, my class trial. Okay, sure.
天海くん
Oh.
なんだよこれ。どうなってやがんだ。
Oh. Okay. Right after Tenko screamed, the front door of the library burst open, and the 4 people who were in the game room rushed in.
どうしたの？
What happened? Going to hear scream. Huh? Oh, blood! So much blood! Yeah.
あれれ
Huh? Isn't that Rantaro? What's wrong with him?
からも
He's dead.
およ
What? He's dead? Well, that's unfortunate.
どうして？
How can he be so calm? Yuchi examined Rantaro's body and placed his hand close to his mouth to check for breathing.
ダメだ
We're too late. He shook his head.
そんな
Too late? You mean dead?
マジかよ。
He's dead? My vision began to swirl. My legs wobbled beneath me. But out of sheer desperation, I kept my mind working. Why was Rantaro here? And... the monitor's off. It was no longer displaying Monokuma anymore. Does that mean the mastermind is dead? Yeah, that has to be it. This means Rantaro was...
あのさ
This means the killing game has started, huh? What? Killing game? Then somebody killed Rantaro and... wait, maybe not.
わかんないですよ
What do you mean, maybe not?
えっと
Maybe the killing game hasn't started. Maybe this just ended it.
は
Ended it? What do you mean?
だって
The mastermind, Rantaro was the mastermind.
お
What? The mastermind?
えっと
I don't know how he died, but if Rantaro was in the library before the time limit ended,
そうだな
there's a high chance that the mastermind planned this. And if he's dead...
え
What?
死体が発見されました
A body has been discovered. Also, yeah, I probably have to like match the energy that Kaede is doing. It's like back in Danganronpa 1 and 2, I was doing like my normal voice. But it's like I feel like I have to like not necessarily change my voice, but personify the mental profile that is inside of me of what I think Kaede is actually.
お前ら死体発見現場の図書室まで急いで集合してください
Sure. What a relief. A murder took place just before time ran out. Monokuma? But how? Gotta admit, I was a little nervous. I was a little nervous there because the killing game hadn't started yet. Jeez, you guys really know how to keep me in suspense. How? The mastermind controlling you is... By the mastermind, do you mean the real mastermind who's controlling me? And you think it was Rantaro? Oh, what an imagination! Of course that's wrong! If the masterminds had died, the killing game would be over! But... The victim was Rantaro Amami, the ultimate who cares? Nothing more, nothing less. What are you talking about? Shuichi, what does he mean? What's going to happen? Monokuma is wrong? Isn't he? Isn't Rantaro the mastermind? Yeah, we came here as soon as the sensor went off, right? No one else was in the library. Rantaro was the only one who could have moved the bookcase. Wouldn't that mean he was trying to use that hidden door and that he was the mastermind? But if he was the mastermind, why is the killing game not over? Why is he dead? It's no good. I don't know. Shuichi. The pictures. We can check the pictures. I'm sure the cameras we set up in the library will give us a clue. At the moment the library door swung wide open. Wait, what? Kia! Rantaro, but why? That's Rantaro? Oh, thank God, I thought it was a pile of dirty rags. Wow, okay. I see. So this ended up happening after all. My, what a world this is. So full of jokes like this. What? This is a lie, right? My dearest Rantaro is dead? Oh, I mean... was killed! That's the same thing. How ironic. The guy who wanted to live ended up dead, and the guy who wanted to die survived. So, can somebody explain the meaning of all this? Nah, an explanation isn't necessary! Thanks to the first blood perk, there won't be a class trial, so that'd just be a waste of time. With that said, if you're the Blackened who killed Rantaro, raise your hand. The one who killed Rantaro? I knew it! A degenerate male killed Rantaro, didn't he? How do you know boy do it? I just know, okay? Violent crimes are almost always committed by violent, disgusting men. Okay, shut the Tenko, I'm about to motherfucking take a shit inside of your mouth if you keep saying stupid shit like that, okay? Jeez. That dumbass! How dare he go and get himself killed? What the hell did it? I'll freaking punch you into orbit! Don't get so angry. Send off your graduating classmate with a warm farewell. Okay, sure. Akuma, sure. Send them off with hostility like a bunch of catty popular girls. That's fine too. But if you're gonna disrupt the process, then we're gonna bust out the exocells. I don't want to look at the nasty dead body. Nothing beats crashing a funeral. It's way better than wedding crashing. I throw in a wedding every now and then, but my funerals are insane. Like fishing with dynamite. So whoever did this really gets to graduate, huh? Yeah, and a real stickler for the rules. I'm also tough on convenience store clerks. What does that mean? And congratulations with the blackened who's about to graduate. Please raise their hand. What the? No one's raising their hand? Hey, did you hear me? All the blackened has to do to graduate is speak up, you know? No one's stepping forward. What's going on? I see how it is. The blackened has no need for the first blood perk. They would rather do a class trial. Excuse me? Very well then. I will give the blackened what they wanted. Hold a class trial. Whoa! Now this is a spicy twist. What the heck's going on? We said before, we're gonna hold a class trial so you bastards can find Raptor's killer. Get it right and only the blackened will be punished. But if you get it wrong, simultaneous surgery, brain and knee, the brain surgery again. Everybody besides the blackened will be punished. Everybody besides the blackened. Everyone. This outcome is much worse. The culprit should have just stepped forward. But before we can hold the class trial, you gotta investigate first. If you don't investigate the murder, you won't be able to argue over who did it. So you're saying we need to do the investigation ourselves too? Of course! The investigation is what makes the killing game so good. You guys are gonna investigate this crime and uncover the truth. The blackened's handiwork has made this much more entertaining than I expected. Alright, the trial will begin soon, so please give the investigation your all. Akuma. Let's get going then. Wait, where do we start? You're looking for the truth of Ranter's death, right? If we can't figure out who the culprit is, it will be annihilated for sure. I don't want to be annihilated. The girl should be allowed to live at least. Dude, this girl's a lesbian. I swear to God. Anyway. Yeah. I'm just a cute normal girl who can use magic, you know? You're the last person who should be calling herself cute. Do not fret. Just imagine this as something out of a police drama or detective manga. Right, Shuichi? Right. I'm in trouble. I've never watched police dramas or read detective manga. Well, there's no need to think so hard. When it only compares with the corpse. A corpse is not simply a dead person. That is just an assumption made by the living. Yes, by coming face to face with the corpses, you will learn a great many things. Why are you getting excited? You're not into dead bodies, are you? But is it true? Is one of us really that culprit? The odds are 1 in 15. That shouldn't be hard to figure out. That's not the problem here. Who's the fucking culprit, huh? Is it you? Or maybe it's you? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Who's the killer? Only At1 knows. No, you know can choose that way.
興奮するよに
Everyone's competing to see who's the most paranoid. Yeah, that's not boring.
違う
Wait, stop. We can't do this. We can't go back and forth accusing each other.
と
For now, we need to trust each other and start a serious investigation. Huh?
あのさ
If we all lose our trust in one another because of this, it's all over. We have to believe in each other and investigate this case.
は
Investigating is the same thing as not trusting each other.
うん
No, it's completely different from what Monokuma wants us to do. He wants us to throw accusations at one another and lose all trust in each other.
でも
And we can't let him get what he wants. We need to investigate this murder, not because we don't trust each other, but because we do. Okay.
あれ
Did I say something wrong? You were just so direct and assertive.
えと
No, I just said what was on my mind. You really are a detective. Now that we need to investigate, you're becoming super reliable. Oh, super cute. Well, that's what you're saying. Okay, yeah, sure, cool. I agree with Shuichi, actually. He just said exactly what I was going to say. Males are degenerate creatures who betray others easily, but I trust you this time. The only good thing about males is that girls give birth to them. Tank was a fucking lesbian.
任せてよ
Gonta not smart, not sure Gonta be much help, but Gonta do his very best for everyone.
アンジーはね
I will work hard with Ato's guidance. I'm much happier alive than dead anyway.
そうですね
As novice investigators, logic dictates that we work together rather than give in to paranoia.
全力を尽くす
If this is what everyone desires, then I shall give this task my all.
オッケー
You can leave it to me. I'll find the culprit in no time. Okay, sure. Phew, I'm glad. No one's given up yet. Yeah, of course they haven't. I can't change what has already happened. All I can do is what must be done. Otherwise, Rantaro died for nothing. I have to do it. I won't give up. We'll all escape from here. I'll make sure of it. Okay, sure.
では
So, let's get started.
そうだよね
We need to do this so poor Rantaro won't have any regrets, and so we can survive. Yes, let's find the culprit who killed Rantaro. You're right. Let's do it. Thank you, Shuichi. So much has happened in such a short time, and I haven't been able to keep up with everything. But I know that I need to fight back against this class trial to protect everyone. This isn't quite the mood I was expecting, but
あ
it's
あ
okay.
よかった
At least now you guys seem like you're getting into it. You again? The fuck are you doing here?
うぷぷ
Don't be so crude. I've come to bring you all a wonderful present. This is giving me a heebie-jeebies.
じゃんじゃじゃん
Dun, dun, dun! A notebook that will kill anyone whose name is written in it. Could it be? The death...
いや
Ooh, my bad. It's Samanokuma file.
そうだよね
You did that on purpose, didn't you?
説明しましょ
The
う
Monokuma file is a detailed report that summarizes all the info about the dead's body. But there's no info that would be points to the black end, because that would ruin the trials, really.
よろしくね
I don't know, maybe you guys will find it useful since you're not experienced investigators, you know?
下げんな
Monokuma file, like hell am I gonna believe something he made?
いい
Whether you believe it or not, it would still be prudent to examine its contents, no?
主は言いました。
Ato has spoken. He says we shouldn't take our eyes off the monopad. Yeah, I think we should read it. The file has all the info about the victim. I wonder what it says. The victim is Rantaro Amami. It doesn't say what his ultimate talent is. The victim's body was discovered in the library. The estimated time of death is 9:10 p.m. The victim was subjected to blunt force trauma to the back of the skull, resulting in cranial fractures and immediate death. No other injuries were detected. Okay, yeah, sure. Monokuma File 1 has been added to the Truth Bullet section of your monopad. It doesn't say whether or not he's the mastermind. Well, that's obvious. But the killing game is not still going on, so I'm not gonna assume he wasn't, right? But if Rantaro wasn't the mastermind, then who is?
っていうか、
I know it's a little late, but seeing this makes it real. Rantaro is really dead.
そうだよ。
This is the mastermind's fault.
間違いないよ。
The mastermind's killed Rantaro.
それは
Mastermind? I'm sorry. What are we talking about?
お願い。
Got it. Please explain what's going on and spare us no detail. Yeah, I will. Shuichi and I explained to everyone. We told them about the possibility of the mastermind hiding among us, and about the trap we had set in the library to lure them out, and that somebody got snagged into our trap, so we came to the library to check, and discovered Rantaro's body.
わかったわ。
I see. So that is what happened. I was not aware you two had planned such a thing. You used those cameras I modified for this bullshit?
でもよ
But why would you keep something so important a secret from us? Once we knew one of us was the mastermind, we'd start finding each other who it was. That's what you two were afraid of, wasn't it? Yeah, that's right.
でもさ
But if there are cameras, won't this case be solved really easily? Oh man, that's so boring.
待ってください。
Your amusement is... wait, how did I make this voice? Your amusement is the least of our concerns. We need to check the cameras right now.
あ
The culprit should be in the pictures. It'll be case closed.
じゃあ
Alright, let me go get the cameras. Yuichi quickly retrieved all the 3 cameras and rushed back to everyone.
いいかな。
Okay, I've got him.
まあ
It was hard removing the camera that guy set up. She really taped it down well.
だって、
Well, I really didn't want the camera to fall since it was aimed at the moving bookcase.
ほら
Here, it's these 3 cameras. Now we just have to develop the film.
私がやるわ。
Allow me to perform that task.
すごいです。
Wow! Is there anything the ultimate maid cannot do?
あたいに任せてよ。
I heard everything you said. It's what... If that's what you need, just leave it to me. Huh?
やるわ。
I'll develop the photo so you bastard can focus on investigating. Because if you guys get punished, it would be way too gory.
やめてよ。
Hey, don't point in our... But she ignored my objection, walked up to Shuichi and took the cameras from him. I'm a strong, sensual woman. Do not underestimate me. Hey, give those back.
あたいに任せてよ。
No need to worry. I'll have to follow the rules. We won't do anything underhanded or devious. So I'll let you know when I'm finished developing these photos. Okay, yeah, sure. Wait, give the cameras back. It was pointless to yell at her. Fanny left as swiftly as the wind did.
あれ
Ah, there she goes. No, that was important evidence.
ごめん。
I'm sorry, I was being careless.
えっと
It's probably okay. She says she developed photos, then give photos back.
そうですね
And she said she had to follow the rules, so I don't think she would destroy evidence.
まったく
Looks like we've got no choice but to believe that.
神様が見守ってくれてる
It's important to believe Atwa only shows mercy to those who believe.
と
I know you're worried, but you can trust me. We just have to be patient.
うん
That's not that's not all I'm worried about. I thought this whole thing would be over once we exposed the mastermind. But now we're just in a bigger mess. A mess we have to see through to the end.
あのさ、
Eddie, I have a proposal to you.
いいかな
If it's alright with you, could we keep working together during the trial? Like we're doing now? Shuichi?
僕は
I know I'm just an apprentice, but I think I can help you as a detective. No, I want to help you.
犀原くん
Of course, with you at my side, it'll be like having 100 people helping me.
ありがとう。
Thank you, Kaede.
えっと
Hey, so I don't care about this mushy stuff, so let's just get started already. And try to take this seriously, okay? Our lives are on the line.
っていうか
It takes a lot of mental power to say something like that so cheerfully.
どうかしら
Before we start, I'd like to suggest that we not investigate it by ourselves.
どうして
Why?
つまり
If we let the culprit work by themselves, they might try and destroy evidence, right? Oh, you're right, since the culprit is one of us. If each of us watches the other, no one will be able to hide any evidence.
ごめんなさい
I do not intend to offer a suggestion that would further arouse suspicion, but
合理的です
no, that's logical. Please speak your mind, Kirumi.
そうだな
That's not something you should be proud to say, but I guess we don't have a choice. After all, if we don't find out who the culprit is, we'll all be killed. Yeah, we have to do it. Once we expose the mastermind, we'll be able to escape. We can definitely do it. Okay, yeah, sure. Investigation start. Okay. The moving bookcase is closed right now, so the hidden door is currently out of sight.
ところで
You guys set up security cam sensors on top of the bookcase, right? Yeah, it should still be there. Let me check. Shuichi climbed up the ladder and looked on top of the moving bookcase.
ほら、
It's still here. I should take it down now.
おっと
Removing it is fine, but don't your receiver go off whenever you move it?
いや、
No, it's alright. I turned the receiver off. Huh? You could turn it off? Yes, I made sure to switch it off on the way down here. Sorry. That was rude. Okay, sure. I thought the mastermind could still be inside and I didn't want to alert them.
そっか
I see. Smart thinking. Receiver of Shuichi has been added to the truth bullet section of your monopad. Okay, let's see. I'm pretty sure I don't need to tell you this, but shouldn't we investigate Ranthor's body?
と
Yes, if we want to find clues, we have to. But if it's too much for you, kinda, you don't have to, okay? No, it's fine. I can do it. Okay, sure. My mind was set, and I started to walk towards Ranter's body. Okay. The last time I saw Ranter, he was alive and well. Why did Ranter die here? What do you mean, die here? I mean, if Ranter was the one who moved the bookcase, that would mean he came all the way over here after the bookcase opened. He moved away from the hidden door to this spot. Why would he do that? And there's no trace of his body being moved. It doesn't add up. Are you okay? You've gone pale. Although, I guess that's normal. We have to investigate a body after all. The body of someone who was alive and talking to us just a little while ago. It's okay, really. We just have to do our best. Not just for Ranter's sake, but also we can avenge him. And so we can protect everybody else. We have to defeat the masterminds who's orchestrating this whole thing. Kaede, I'll help you in any way I can. I'll support you for this investigation. I am a certified detective after all. Oh, they're flirting. He's flirting. Sort of. You are a detective, remember? Ah, right. Okay, yeah, sure. A bloody shot put ball is on the ground. This shot put ball, can it be? Yeah, it definitely came from the warehouse on the first floor. There's blood all over it. That's the murder weapon, right? I don't see anything else that could be used. The shot itself is heavy. You would have to be fairly strong to use it as a weapon. Fairly strong, huh? Bloody shot put ball has been added to the truth bullet section of your monopad. Okay, sure. I know we need to examine his body, but I'm not sure where to start. It's okay, I can do it. Shuichi showed no hesitation as he began to examine Rantaro's body. There's blood on the back of his head. It looks like a pretty deep wound. It's consistent with blunt force trauma. I don't see any other injuries. The Monokuma file is accurate. This must be the fatal wound. So, we can trust the Monokuma file? Yes, for now. Shuichi then stuck his hand into Rantaro's pocket. Wait, what are you doing? I'm checking what he has on his person. There might be a clue. If we're going to do this, we have to be thorough. I told you I would support you. After all. How can you say that with so much confidence? Come on, Kaede, pull yourself together. Oh yeah, she's. Yeah, the ovens have. Houston, the ovens have been warmed up. We have a little bit of a lift off, actually. Ranter had in his prosecution the key to his room and the student's handbook monopad. The monopad is definitely his, and it's exactly the same model as ours. He didn't have a card key on him? That's what I was thinking, but he didn't have it. Then Ranter really wasn't the mastermind. If he was the mastermind, he wouldn't have come here without the card key. So without what we know now, that is the most likely possibility. Why was Ranter here if he wasn't the mastermind? Okay, so he has a pad and a key and his key. Yara, are you okay? We finished investigating the body. Let's get oh god. Let's get out of here for now, okay?
ごめん
Yeah, sorry. Okay, yeah, sure. Something's bothering me. When did Ranter come to the library? It seems likely that he's not the mastermind. What reason did he have for coming here? I'm guessing it had to do something to do with what Ranter mentioned earlier. It's not about outfoxing everyone in this killing game, it's about ending the game itself. That's the real goal. Ending the game itself.
もしかして
Then it's possible. He noticed the hidden door in the library just like we did. What?
えっと
He might have come to the same conclusion we did, that the mastermind would come here.
えっと
You mean he had the same idea as us? No way. He should have told us. We could have worked together. I collapsed to the floor, crushed by the weight of my frustration.
うん
No, he probably couldn't risk telling us. Like you said, he was suspicious of everyone. Like, I have Yuka at it, but Rantaro didn't have anyone he could try. Oh, fucking sick. Shuichi, just fucking go into the classroom, take her underwear off, and just clap already. Jesus Christ. God. We get it. You two are flirting constantly. Jeez. Okay. Yeah, sure. That might have been the only difference between me and him. Sorry, I'm not going to be able to join stream today. What are your killing predictions? Someone who is strong enough. It would be funny if it was Ryoma, actually. I would put my bets on Ryoma, potentially. Yeah, I think Ryoma. Most likely. Most likely Ryoma. Yep. As he said that, he offered the hand. I took his hand and he firmly pulled me to my feet. Oh, God. Really? Are we actually going to get a romance straight away? Dude, Shuichi's gonna die.
ほら
Kaede, let's go. We can't waste that time now. You're not going to give up, right? You're going to save everybody. Shuichi. Dude, Shuichi's gonna get fucking clapped. I can tell, dude. He's right. I can't give up now.
犀原君
Thanks. I feel like I can rely on you even more.
え
Huh? Shuichi is right. We can't give up until it's over. I can't stay depressed forever. I have to help everyone get out of here. We have to continue the investigation. We gotta find the mastermind. Okay, yeah, sure. Dude. The moving ladder I used to reorganize the books on top of the bookcase. Nothing out of the ordinary here. It's a mysterious globe, but I don't think it has anything to do with this incident. Hello. Well, if you're the ultimate detective, then you're got your eyes on the culprit, right? What?
頼むよ
Tell me who you think the culprit is. I don't mind if it's just an educated guess. Oh, I wanna know too. No, I'm sorry. I can't say anything yet.
クールじゃねえな
But there's someone you're a little bit suspicious of, right? No, there's gotta be.
やれやれだな
But you're afraid of that. You're afraid of suspecting someone, aren't you? That's how it looks to me.
けどよ
But if with things the way they are, wouldn't it be better for you to suspect others more? Dude, it's like Ryoma I was going to say like, oh yeah, Riona sounds kind of suspicious, but it's like now he's kind of mighty sus. Let me just warn you. The way the world works is that those who speak win. The truth can easily be twisted. In order to fix a twisted truth, you need something even more powerful. What do you mean? I mean, the testimonies without evidence are powerless. Be careful. Okay? Sure. Sure. Tons of books are crammed into the bookcase and arranged in various stacks on top. It doesn't seem as if anything has changed since we set up the cameras. The books that you stacked up haven't moved. Oh, you mean the ones I stacked up to keep people from going through the vent? Yeah, those have been left alone. Stacked books have been added to the truth bullets. Oh, the vent. The vent is open. I was the one who took off the grate and left the duct. And we were keeping watch in the classroom this vent leads to. I think the culprit came in or out through there. Yeah, that's true. Okay. Library vent has been added. Okay, sure. Among Us. Among Us. Okay, let's see. What does Mew have to say? Don't talk to me, crotch itch. I'm fucking busy. Mew continued ignoring us while she fiddled with a controller. What's a controller for? Dun dun dun. It's a prawn. Prawn? I don't mean to butt into the conversation, but don't you mean drone? If it was a prawn, I'd team up with the rest of the Ganglion Alliance to destroy humanity. I have no idea what is she talking about? I have no idea what she's talking about. Wait a second. The controller is... Now you're getting it! Dick cheese! Oh, what the shit? What the fuck is that? She laughed obnoxiously and pointed her finger upward. Oh. Right. I don't get it either. Right. Right. Cool. Drafting a floor plan with photos? That's amazing. I'm sure this will help with the investigation. The only problem is, I'm not used to operating a drone and taking pictures with it. You shouldn't be proud of that. And if you don't hurry, the investigation will end soon. I can't do shit about that, so just calm your tiny tits and shut up. Shut up, you. My chest is way better than your nasty cow udders. They're kind of on the same range, but okay, sure. Udders? Udders. You're a bit wimpy when someone sends up to you, huh? You're actually a complete wuss. Okay, yeah, sure. That's kind of funny in its own regard. Okay, sure. This is the rear door. It's the furthest door from the stairs and it leads to the hallway. By the way, this is a sliding door. See? It opens when you slide it. Yes, I saw that. Do you think Ranter entered through this door? I can't say for sure until we get those pictures back from the monocups. You're right. We'll just have to wait. Okay, yeah, sure. Okay, sure. I don't know who killed Rantaro, but it's the Monoca's fault it happened. Because he pressured us. This happened. That motive he gave us is part of it. And so is that strange music. He played that music at such a high volume to make us feel sick and want to kill. It was awful. I thought it'd go crazy. I bet someone felt pressured by that and killed Rantaro. So, Monokuma's fault. Actually, Tenko now looks kind of like a suspect to me, because like, wait, could it be? Like Tenko could be also a killer because of how she's a suspect because she would like kill a male before a female. It's like, okay, that's not enough hard evidence, but it's like there's a motive for her, and she's strong enough to do that. So yeah, it's just kind of like Tenko suddenly it looks like a suspect to me a little bit. Anyway, we have to stop the mastermind, so this is the last murder that ever happens here. We just have to. Promotional video BGM has been added to the truth bullet section of your monopad. Okay. What about Tojo? Why did the culprit not step forward and take advantage of the first blood perk? What? The culprit must have killed to survive, so it's thought that they would not step forward. True. I wonder what that means. I can think of several possibilities, but the worst case scenario is the culprit's objective wasn't to survive, was to kill everyone here. Everyone? That would explain why they would forego their survival in favor of a class trial. But doesn't that seem like a bit of a stretch to you? Well, if the culprit is also the mastermind, then it's certainly plausible. Well, true. Killing us all does seem like something the mastermind would do. So we cannot lose this fight. Even on this uncharted path, we must find our way. Okay, yeah, sure. What else is there? The time limit to start the killing game had almost expired, but then the countdown stopped and that obnoxious noise went away too. I wonder what would have happened if the time limit had expired. Okay, yeah, sure. And yeah, the drone is like there. Is she done? Don't talk to me, you ugly skank. Quit interrupting the investigation. Huh? Damn it, the shot's out of focus again. Your fucking face is blurring the lens, bitch. The floor plan might be useful to the investigation, but it might not be finished in time for the class trial. I guess I won't expect too much. Okay, sure. There's a front door that leads directly to the basement stairs. We went through this door before we discovered Rantaro's body. We entered the library through here with Kaito and Tenko. Yeah, we saw the moving bookcase close, and then when we ran over, we found Rantaro's body behind the bookcase. I wonder if Rantaro entered through the same door as we did. Maybe the mastermind did too. When we see the pictures after the Monocops develop them, that will be clear. I guess all we can do is wait. Okay, sure. Okay, what else is there? Oh yeah, the door. The moving bookcase is closed right now. Okay, sure. So what else? Hey, Kanda, do you remember what we saw when we came in here? Yeah, I remember. We saw the moving bookcase close on its own, right? No one ever touched it, so how did that happen? Actually, it has to do with how the bookcase works. Shuichi moved the bookcase to reveal the hidden door. Take a look at this. If I let go of the bookcase, and after waiting for a bit, okay. Oh, it closed on its own. The bookcase is set up like an automatic door. It closes after a period of time. It makes perfect sense when you think about it. If it didn't close on its own, you wouldn't be able to put the bookcase back when you went inside. I see. The bookcase has to close on its own once you go through the hidden door. Okay, sure. But wait, if the bookcase closes itself after you enter the hidden door... Oh, maybe the reason why the bookcase closed itself was because the mastermind was hiding just past the hidden door. After healing Ranter, they ran through the hidden door. It certainly is possible. Let's check that now. Huh? How do we check it? The dust on the card reader, remember? Shuichi moved the bookcase again to reveal the hidden door once more. Okay. Alright, let's see. We leaned in to get a closer look at the gap of the card reader. Huh? The dust is still here. It looks like the card reader wasn't used. That means the mastermind didn't hide here. Oh, what if the mastermind replaced the dust after they used the card reader? No, I remember exactly where I put the dust. This hasn't been moved at all. Really? Okay, that's kind of a weird thing. I think it's safe to assume the mastermind did not go through this door. Then the one who moved the moving bookcase at the time was... Oh, dude, you know what it's gonna be, actually? Is like, he found the door, and then somebody, like, saw him opening the door, and they assumed that he was a traitor, and he got killed because of it. Like, that would be hilarious if that's the reason why he got killed, actually. Like, if he got killed because of that stupid goddamn reason... Dude, that has to be so bad. Dude, that has to be so goddamn bad if that's kind of like the case, really. Because it means that to some degree, like, to some degree that's just gonna be a thing. Like, that is gonna be one of those things where, like, in Danganronpa 2, the chef got killed when he thought that he was gonna get rid of, like, somebody who was treacherous. And it's like, he did it with the best intentions, but it's like, I have a feeling that this might be the case. Ranter himself? I can't say for sure. We'll know more when we get the pictures back. There's a chance that somebody else was hiding here. Card reader dust has been added to the truth bullet section of your monopad. Well, I think the mastermind is a culprit. We just need to find the clues that can connect us to the mastermind. We'll end the killing game that way too. Okay, sure. Eddie, I think we've investigated the entire library now. But we still don't know anything yet. I feel like we didn't get any close to the mastermind.
そうだね。
The most important piece of evidence will be those photos. Once we get those. But then again, we can't just say that and do nothing. Let's keep investigating what we can. Even investigating.
そうだな。
Yes, I think we should collect alibis. We need to verify where everyone was during the time frame where Rantaro was killed.
そっか。
If that's the case, then who should we question? The 6 people that went down the basement with Rantaro. Dude, it's like Tenko is the one that is the most suspicious to me at the moment. Like Gonta is the obvious choice, but it's like the thing about Gonta is that it's like I feel like he wouldn't hurt people. Like he that's a character trope. Give me a second. Let me stretch for like 20 seconds. Give me a second. Okay. It's like Gonta seems to be the kind of guy to be like to not actively look to hurt things. Like he's looking for insects and all that kind of thing, and it's kind of like out of character a little bit. But it could be like a twist a little bit, but it's just like once I actually look at it from the perspective of like, okay, we need someone strong enough to throw a bullet into his head, into Rantaro's like head, and out of all the people who are in this picture, Tenko is the one that kind of stands out the most, really, because of her muscular like build a little bit. Also the purple hair guy, which I forget his name, but like Kaito, basically. Kaito and Tenko are the ones that kind of like stick out. Maki, maybe like that could be a thing. Well, nah, I don't know. They should have been in the game room along with Rantaro. Let's ask them about what happened there. Okay, let's go find them. For now, let's head to the game room. Okay, let's head to their game room, I guess. Sure. Sure. Do. Maki.
えっと
Maki, you were in the game room when Rantaro was killed, right?
あのさ、
What were you doing down here? Rantaro was with you, right?
ね
Am I a suspect? Oh no, that's not what I meant.
え。
You should suspect me. In fact, you should be suspicious of everyone. Huh?
だって
Someone got killed right after we all gathered here. The timing is too perfect. Okay, sure. Then again, with the time limit so close to expiring, maybe that's why it happened.
わからない。
So trust no one, Kaede, or you'll lose. Got it? I can't get a read on Maki at all. She just saw a dead body, yet she's perfectly calm. It's hard to imagine her as the ultimate child caregiver.
でも
But why were you all here in the first place? It was Kaito's idea. He suddenly wanted to call the strategy meeting and gathered us all together. He said we should confront Monokuma once the time limit expires.
意味わかんない。
And he picked the 7 people he thought would be useful in a fight. 7 people: Kaito, Gonta, Maki, Tenko, Himiko, Anji, and Rantaro. I mean, yeah, kind of like those are the people that kind of come to mind. Well, maybe I would have added the missionary into the mix, maybe, but sure. But I'm not sure those 7 would all be useful in a fight, though. Kaito thought Himiko's magic and Anji's connection to Atwa would be useful. Yeah, that's kind of funny. But what about you, Maki? Why did he also pick the ultimate child caregiver? He just looked at me and said, yeah, you probably know how to fight. I mean, to be honest, that sounds about right. That's it? Jeez, that doesn't sound like something Kaito would do, though. No, actually, she does look like she knows how to fight. Like, legitimately. It's like being a caregiver means slapping a bitch whenever they get out of control, so sure. But why have a strategy meeting in the game room in the basement? Beats me. Maybe Kaito figured it would be harder for Monokuma to find us here. In other words, it was just coincidence. And what was Ranter doing at the time? Was he in the strategy meeting with you? He was, at first. But then he excused himself to go to the bathroom and left on his own. Kaito and Tenko went looking for him so we could finish the meeting before the time expired. That must have happened around... Wait, okay, no. Then Tenko kind of... Suddenly Tenko and Maki don't make sense to be the killers. Because it means that they have an alibi of them being in the game room with everybody there. So it goes back to, like, Ryoma being the prime suspect to me. Specifically because it's like... He's the only one that was kind of, like, not in the meeting. That's kind of funny because, like, Ryoma is... Whenever you think about who's the person who is able to fight, is the one that has been to prison. As like Ryoma is the one that kind of like that makes the most sense to like kill Rantaro basically. It's like, yeah, Gonta went there. Okay, so we have all of those. Well, never mind. Your time is perfect. You should join our strategy meeting. And it's definitely welcome to join. Then the 4 of you just waiting in the game room the whole time? Anji, Himiko, and I were the ones who stayed behind. Gonta never joined us. Huh? Gonta wasn't with you guys? Gonta did arrive, but then he left and locked himself in the AV room in the back. He was in the AV room by himself? Suspicious behavior, isn't it? The other 2 felt the same way. What other 2? Why don't you go to the AV room? They're probably still there. Maki's account, okay. Okay, sure. Hey Shuichi, the AV room is that room in the back, right? Kare, have you never been in there before? Nope, not yet. Anyway, let's go. Ouch. Oh, okay. Wait, Gonta not murder anyone. I told you, we're not saying you did. We just want to talk. No, it's him, all right. He got the face of a killer. No judge Gonta by his outside or inside Gonta, gentlemen. Hey, what's going on here? Oh, hey there, Kaede. We're just trying to ask him. Yeah, just tell us while we're still asking nicely. Are you not the culprit? Or are you not the culprit? Are you not the culprit? Gonta no. There's been this over and over. We can't move forward at all. I think your questions are the problem. Then I'll change the question. Timmy buys 5 strawberries for 50 cents each. And 1 apple. Oh, wait, what? Okay, 5. Okay, so that's 250. Wait, no. Yeah, 250 and 1 apple. Oh, I thought that it was going to build into something. Okay, never mind. That's that's totally off topic, Kimiko. Do your own math homework.
あのね
Hey, Gonta, I talked to Maki earlier. You were in the basement AV room alone the whole time, right? But what were you doing here alone?
えっと
Gonta happy to be invited to meeting, but Gonta think he not be much help, cause he not smart.
虫さんが
So Gonta here alone watching bug movie. Sure. What? How does that help?
本当だよ
Bug movie fill Gonta with fight. Make Gonta ready to fight Monokuma.
へえ
So it helps you fight. Okay, sure, you do you, Gonta.
でもよ
But why was it locked?
あれ
What was locked?
うちの魔法で
If you don't answer honestly, I'll change you into a girl with my magic. Oh, Gonta no can become girl, Gonta. Then Gonta never become gentleman.
も
Hiko, you just shut up for a second. You're making this harder than it needs to be. Oh crap. Gonta, can you tell us what happened next?
ゴンタは
Gonta just need focus. If Gonta no focus, Gonta no fill up with fight.
本当だよ
That it really. Gonta just wanna protect everyone. But if you guys not gonna believe Gonta, huh? Cause Gonta so big and scary looking, huh?
おお
You calm down, you're making a really scary face.
悔しいよ
Cause Gonta feels so useless. Okay, yeah, sure. After hearing his story, I can see why people would suspect him. But I wonder what really happened. Could he actually be the mastermind?
そうだな
Yeah, let's investigate this room a little more. We also need to verify Gonta's alibi. Yeah, you're right. Okay, yeah, sure. So yeah.
ゴンタは
Gonta watching bug movie to fill Gonta with fight, so Gonta can fight Monokuma. But Gonta needs focus to fill up with fight, so Gonta lock door. That sounds like a lie. You didn't tell. Okay, no, okay. If Gonta naked in public, then Gonta never become gentleman.
あ
Himiko, shut up. Just stop saying ridiculous things, okay?
本当だよ
I just want to protect everyone, really.
なんで
Why no one believe Gonta? Gonta feels so pathetic. Okay, so... Okay, yeah, sure. Their culprit is definitely Gonta. He's suspicious no matter how you look at it. No, it's still too early to determine that. We still have a lot of things to consider. Yeah, really? Even so, it's definitely Gonta. He's suspicious no matter how you look at it. No. Why didn't you help investigate before you decided that, Himiko?
あ
Investigates is Bane. Gonta's suspicious no matter how you look at it. Like I said, you need to investigate before you decide that. Hell, use your magic for all I care.
無理じゃ
Magic shouldn't be used like that. It'll lead to corruption.
も
Then stop being so lazy and put some actual effort into solving this. Okay, yeah, sure. Okay, so... There are some posters rolled up in the rubber bands in a cylindrical bucket. Is this a movie poster? They're all the same too. I took a poster out and unrolled it. Ultra the Spirit Girls 2 coming soon? Oh yeah, that's something. It looks like a game, but I've never heard of it before. Okay, yeah, sure. Coming soon for Spike Chunsoft, a new game coming out on 2027. You get to beat the hell out of like Genocidal Jack's booty after she becomes a MILF. Coming soon, Danganronpa 4, the MILFening of a Genocide Jack. Yeah. I was like, yeah, that's kind of the thing, actually. That would be hilarious if Spike Chunsoft was like, oh yeah, you know what? Let's just make a game with all the MILFs of Danganronpa, like after they've grown older, and it's like, oh yeah, by the way, yeah, remember that bad ending of Danganronpa 1? Well, we actually made it into reality. Now everybody must, in order for them to leave the room, they must reproduce to each other to make the ultimate baby or something. Like, that'd be hilarious a little bit. It's like, in order for you to leave this room, you must have Maru batsu Maru, something like that. You must have and Yamata Kudasai. Something like that, basically. Something like that. I don't know, maybe. A high school girl with a megaphone and their serial killer. Sounds like some lame spin-off. Yeah, I know, right? Is this one of Monoku's pranks? Probably. I bet this huge speaker produces some high quality sound, but that's not relevant now. It's a screen for the projector, but the projector is turned off. If you roll up that screen, you could use it as a long pole of sorts. So what? I was just thinking that it could be used for something. Used how? Sometimes you say some weird things, Shuichi. Must be a detective quirk of yours. Ah, you think so? Sorry, you can treat it like as me talking to myself. Okay, yeah, sure. There are a lot of movies crammed into the bookcase. Oh, The Legend of 1900s. Wait, what? How do you say this? 1900? 1900s? How do you say this? I always wanted to see this film. The one with the pianist has... wait, the one with the pianist that has eyes like a dead fish, right? This film won awards on its phenomenal music. Used audiences were so moved to tears. Well, Americans do tend to get emotional. What does that mean? What does that mean? Actually, Americans do tend to be emotional. Over what specifically? It's like, do Japanese people have no emotions or something? It's like, I mean, different emotions. No, should I say mask? I probably should say it. Japanese people have more masked emotions. Sure, that's the thing. I think that's more accurate, basically. I grabbed a movie at random, and the case was covered with pictures of naked men and women. What the fuck? Find any movies over there? Oh, nothing suspicious over here. Let's just go look somewhere else. What's wrong? Do you see something? I said it's nothing. There's nothing here but a bunch of movies. I mean, movies. Oh. We found the AV room, actually. And the AV actresses inside of it. Yes, we did, actually. And male AV, yeah. Henny, you're panicking. It's okay if you found a clue. You can tell me. Here, let me take a look. No, don't come over here. A couple minutes later, we were both looking down on the floor with beet red faces. I told you. Let's investigate something else. Dude, these two, dude, is like, there has to be a bad ending where these two get locked in the academy forever and they just go wild with each other. There has to be an ending like that. Kind of like in Danganronpa 1, maybe. Like, that would be hilarious. Okay, yeah, sure. This door is different from the one we used to enter the game room. Is this connected to the hallway? It seems that way. Let me check. It's a sliding door. I'll open it. I tried to open it, but a chunk. Huh? That's weird. It doesn't open at all the way. It looks like it wasn't installed right. I can only stick my arm through. I can see the hallway on the other side, but I suppose it's not possible to use this door. No. If it's contact, it doesn't matter if the door was stuck. He's strong enough to throw that super heavy manhole cover. Yeah, he could eat this door for breakfast. I'm going to not eat door for breakfast. Breakfast most important meal of any gentleman's day. I agree. Huh? You think Gonta could eat this door? Not that. I mean, I don't think he did anything like that. Look at this. There's dust piled up on the railing of the door. The sliding door has moved for a while. Oh yeah, well, dude, it's like Shuichi is literally like the dust fairy. He's like, oh, there's dust here, there's dust there. Oh, I guess I gotta put a little bit of dust on my cheeks so I can look submissive and breathable to Kaede's tight booty. Basically, it's just like he just kind of looks like that kind of thing where he's just like, oh yeah, he's the dust fairy basically. Shuichi's literally the dust fairy at this point. So then he just forced his way through the gap. That's not possible. There may be enough space for the baseball to fit through. I guess an arm could fit through as well if it were thin enough. So then he probably used magic that makes you slim and keeps the fat off. Gonta no can use magic. Oh, I can use magic. These two never have anything important to say. What's the matter, Shuichi? Nothing, just something I want to confirm. I'm going to try this sliding door one more time. As Shuichi peeked through the gap of the sliding door, he muttered. I thought so. Look, you can see the rear entrance to the library from here. Oh. This door and the rear entrance are located straight across from one another. So what? I'm not sure if it matters yet, but it's a little concerning. Yeah. Concerning? How? Yeah. Sliding door. I think we've investigated everything here too. Then what should we do next? For now, let's ask the others some questions. There are still people we haven't talked to. This would have been done if we had the pictures. We wouldn't have to waste our time like this. We don't really know who the mastermind is. That's true, but we shouldn't wait around to do nothing. Yeah, you're right. Okay, yeah, sure. Videos and DVDs have been jam-packed. Okay, sure. Sure. Oh, what's this? Video player. A video player for the watching movies. There's no video inside though. This doesn't have anything to do with the case. Does it? I mean, Gonta supposedly was watching bug movies. Okay, Kaito, let's hear it from you. Jeez, I can't believe that happened right next door to our strategy meeting. Kaito, can you tell me more about this strategy meeting of yours? You gathered everyone to meet in the basement, right? What, am I one of your suspects now? No, that's not what I'm... Nah, it's natural that you're suspicious of me. But I'm not the culprit! I started on the universe. I've got nothing to hide, so you can ask me anything. Okay. Well, now that we have the chance, let's look back at the entire incident together. Hector went to the scene with us, so he might have noticed something we missed. Alright then, where should we start? After Kaito and I set up the cameras, we were keeping watch from the classroom. Some time passed, and then we saw you guys go down the basement. When did you guys start asking people to go with you? I don't remember the exact time, but I asked them one by one, and we all went there together. That's when we saw you. You, Gonta, Maki, Tenko, Angie, Himiko, and Rantaro. It's like, out of everyone in this room, the only one that kind of makes sense to me to maybe be the killer is Maki, potentially. Whereas, like, if Maki has an alibi, okay, wait. Gonta was in the Avid room. Maki was in the game room. Tenko was in the game room as well. Angie, Himiko, and Rantaro. Now that I think about it, the monsters started going off just before that. That creepy music made it hard to keep my strategy meeting going. I want to confirm what you've told me so far. Everyone went to the game room for this meeting and no one went to the library, right? Yeah, we went straight to the game room, but right after we went inside, Gonta went into the AV room and wouldn't come out. Yeah, Mikey told me about that. After that, during the meeting, Rantaro left to go to the bathroom. But we thought it'd be bad if the meeting stopped, so me and Tenko went to get him back. And that's when we met up with you guys. Okay, so basically, Maki is definitely not it. And people who were in the game room are definitely not it, actually. Because Rantaro was there. So it kind of leaves this kind of idea that it's probably like Ryoma. It's potentially Ryoma, Gonta, Ryoma, or like... Who else, actually? Who else could it be? I actually have no idea. We had gone down the basement because the security sensor receiver went off. And right when I was about to open the library door, you guys called out to us. So after you and Tenko left the game room, Himiko and Maki were still there, right?
Oh.
Yeah, I can guarantee it. However, I can't guarantee that Gonta wasn't here the whole time. I see. So we can't confirm Gonta's alibi yet. Yeah. The library's rear entrance is at the end of the hallway, correct? Did you see anyone there? Well, I didn't get a good look, but I'm sure I would have noticed if someone was there. Then I opened the door to the library with you guys and found Rantaro's dead body. That's just how about it went. How it went. We didn't learn any new information though. So, I'm not cleared of suspicion yet, huh? Don't worry, you're not a likely suspect. Hey, that's not something a detective should say. What? If you suspect me, you better pursue it to the end. Investigate until you're satisfied. If you don't do that, you'll never reach the truth. Ranter will have died for no reason.
Oh,
This is where you need to let your ultimate talents shine. Huh. Shuichi. Anyway, if you notice something or remember anything, let us know.
当たり前だろう。
Well, I'm not planning on leaving it all to you guys. I'll investigate in my own way. Okay, yeah, sure. Cool. How I talk to Himiko? Okay. Okay.
ほら
For now, let's hear from everyone else. Okay. I mean, we talked to everyone. Even Gonta, right?
ゴンタは
Gonta watching bug movies, so fill Gonta with fight, so Gonta can fight Monokuma. But Gonta need to focus to fill up with fight, so Gonta lock door.
本当だよ。
Gonta not kill anyone, really.
なんで
Why no one believe Gonta? Gonta feels so pathetic. Okay, sure. I mean, we talked with everyone.
おう
Okay, sure. Okay. I think everything is done. Okay. Well, I talked with everyone. Now what?
ほら
Yeah, let's leave. So we probably need to talk to everybody else again. Were those two still there? Yeah, I didn't want to get involved. Smart move. Just hearing it warned me off. It's true that talking to Himiko and the others was unavoidable, but there were a lot of other points of interest that caught my eye in that room. Your enthusiasm is odd. Huh? You're a live liar now that a crime has occurred. It must be because you're a detective.
そうじゃないよ
That's not...
そうだね
No, you're just seeing how reliable Shuichi has become. Okay, Kaede, fishing for a boyfriend? Okay, got it. Sure. I don't think it has anything to do with him being a detective or this incident. Dude, what if it's like Spike Chunsoft's way of saying, hey, if you get a detective, if you get like a detective, if you got a detective brain, we will hook you up with musician gyarus who are looking for hot detective hot dogs. Basically, it's just like a massive ad for gyarus that are looking for hot detective hot dog. Like that would be kind of hilarious, actually.
えっと
Kaede. Well, detective, if you do solve this case, it'll really help us out.
ムカつく
We're only in this mess because the culprit refused to step forward.
犀原君
Let's go, Shuichi. We still have more people to talk to. Yeah. Sure. Okay, cool. Awesome. Maki Harukawa. What was that even? Well, detective, if you do solve this case, it'll really help us out.
ムカつく
We're only in this mess because the culprit refused to step forward. What was that even? Like... Yeah, like literally, what was that about? Okay, Tenko. What do you got? Oh, Tenko, I wanted to ask you something. We asked Tenko about what happened in the game room, but she only confirmed that what Maki told us and didn't provide any new information. I see.
そうです
I knew it! Gunta would be the most suspicious since he locked himself in the AV room. Not to mention he's also a male. Oh, shut up! Shabashira, can you like stop being a fucking lesbian for 20 seconds. Are you submitting that as evidence?
ね
By the way, how's your investigation been going?
いいえ
Haven't done any investigation. What?
男子
Hey, degenerate! Don't give me that face. I've been doing something else. Oh yeah, flirting with girls, probably. I've been watching Angie. Oh, okay, yeah. Why was I right? Okay, yeah, sure. I guess you like them psycho gyarus, I guess, sure. Watching Angie.
いいですか
We agreed to investigate with one other person, right? But Angie's just been wandering around alone.
そっか
Oh, that's why you're with Angie?
えっと
I don't want to suspect anyone, either. But girls' lives are at stakes here. For an investigation like this to work, we have to trust each other. This bitch pisses me off, actually. Well, listen here, you little shit. I know that you piss me off the most, actually. Actually. And I hate to say that maybe you're becoming one of my favorite characters because you piss me off, but at the same time, I want to bitch slap you so hard that your generations tell tales about how the strong woman Tenko Chabashira got smacked the fuck down. Because she wouldn't stop being a lesbian. Well, an annoying lesbian, I should say. Not to hate on lesbians. I just hate annoying lesbians. That's another thing. Cool. Oh, she does not look happy right now.
これだから男子は
Don't act all high and mighty with me, you two-faced degenerate. Wait, is she actually a lesbian or is she just like...
いや
Well, actually, she calls men degenerate. So it could be an avoidant type of message. It could be, actually. Who knows? Oh.
ね
You're not gonna investigate, Angie?
アンジュはね
Investigating is important, but I gotta say my prayers to Atua too.
南無阿弥陀仏
Oh, Atua, please let Ranter enter heaven safe and sound.
あのさ
I suppose a prayer couldn't hurt. Ranter died in such a gruesome way. Why would he be able to go to heaven in peace? It'd be nice if he could.
大丈夫だよ
Don't worry, I'll pray hard. If I pray hard enough, I'll earn enough points to become a platinum disciple. Okay, Angie, we're not. God is not a checky. God is not a checky maid, okay? Like, please, Angie, for the love of God, I don't think God is a checky maid. I don't think she is, or he is, or something. Like, that'd be hilarious though. That is like, oh yeah, you've done enough praying. You get a checky, and you get your checky is filled. It's filled, so you get some special, like you get special handshake sessions with God, and be like, hey, you've been nice to the people. Here's a handshake. I was like, oh yeah, thanks God, thanks. Thumbs up, Atua, thumbs up. Like, that'd be hilarious though, actually. Sounds like a credit card rewards program. Yeah, I know, or like a checky. Yeah, that's a little bit. Okay. Okay. Where are the others, though? Okay, sure. Maybe they're inside? Oh, yeah, actually, I have to double check. Hello? Kaede, Shuichi, I would like to ask you two a question. You were on lookout inside this classroom, right? Yeah, from here we could keep an eye on the basement, and it was close to the library too. That's our alibi. We were both in this classroom when the murder occurred. I see. Then the probability that you two committed the crime is extremely low. By the way, were you two together the entire time? No, I did leave for a bit to see what was happening in the basement. But besides that, we were together the whole time until the receiver went off. Oh, dude, what if Shuichi killed Rantaro? That would be... No, probably not. Yeah, that's right. No, actually, the time is... No, it's like the music started happening. Actually, I have to recall a little bit. Look at classroom has been added. Okay. Is that all you wanted to ask? Oh, may I ask one more question, specifically about that vent? It appears to be connected to this classroom. The air duct in the basement hallway leads to it. Yes, I was also concerned about this vent. That's why we kept watching this classroom. Because the culprit wouldn't be able to use this vent if we weren't here on a lookout. Under those circumstances, it would be difficult to sneak into the library from here. That is stacked up books in front of the library vent as well. With those in the way, it would have been even harder for someone to go in and out. Really? I will be sure to save that important piece of information to my memory bank. A classroom vent has been added. I hope my line of questioning has not offended either of you. If necessary, so that we may find the truth. Kibo, you totally sounded like a detective or a lawyer just now. Oh, maybe you were a detective or lawyer in the past life. A past life? How could I have a past life when I'm not made of human components? True. Let me guess. You wish to hear my alibi, yes? Huh? How do you know? My appearance and actions thus far suggest I'm someone who would commit a murder. At least he's self-aware. So, to briefly state the truth, when the body discovery announcement played, I was in the dining hall, eating supper. The other people there with me were Miu, Hirumi, and Tsumugi. The monocobs prepared the meal for me. It was listed on the menu as pasta that tastes like a lonely old lady eating her grandkid's birthday cake, or some such. That's oddly specific, actually. What does that even mean? What the hell does that even mean? What does that even mean? Wait, pasta that tastes like a lonely old lady eating her grandkid's birthday cake. So dry pasta? I guess so. It's kind of like dry pasta seasoned with sugar or something. That pasta sounds depressing. Yeah. That concludes my alibi. I do hope it can be of some help.
あのさ、
And what about the people around you? Did you notice anything in particular? If there was something to note, it would be that Mew was tinkering with something or other. There was also a brief period of time where Tsumugi left to use the restroom. The restroom, huh? Interesting. Well, Tsumugi is the ultimate cosplayer. She could have just gone to the bathroom to secretly disguise herself as somebody else.
えっと、
Someone else? But who? I don't know. I'll go talk to her. She should be at the crime scene in the library. Oh, okay. Korikiyo's account. Okay, sure. Wait. Okay, that's new. Oh, wait. I need to ask more? Okay, sure.
いいかな。
Okay, sure.
ね
Hey, Kiba, what were you doing and where during the body discovery announcement? Ah, my alibi. Are you glitching right now?
いえ
No, I'm just searching for the right words. In all honesty, I was alone in my room, so I admit my alibi is not altogether reliable.
えっと
So, you don't have an alibi? Ryoma said he was alone in his room too.
ああ
Please wait to throw him under the bus.
え
That was not my intention. But I see both Ibo and Ryoma don't have an alibi. That means it's possible one of those two is a mastermind.
あの
Am I under suspicion because I don't have an alibi? No, I don't suspect you just because you don't have an alibi.
もちろん
And I'm not saying that because you're a robot or anything. I'm not robophobic at all.
ありがとうございます
Thank you very much, but you don't need to be so PC. I love Danganronpa. Actually, legit, Danganronpa has one of the most colorful characters in all of visual novels I've ever played. So you know what? Fucking yeah, Spike shouldn't have know what they're doing. Actually, like they're. It's like actually, 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 pretty damn good. I don't know. Cool. Putting aside the thing about Tsumugi, now we know everyone's alibi.
あれ
Huh? What about Kokichi? We don't need to ask him. He was definitely alone. Everyone we talked to hadn't seen him, so no one would corroborate his alibi, right? That means he must have been alone.
そっか
Oh, you're right. I guess that's why you're a detective and I'm not. Okay, sure.
そう
Then the body discovery announcement played, then I was in the dining hall eating supper. Okay, yeah. Mew, Kirumi, and Tsumugi. Tsumugi, okay, sure. Okay. Okay, cool. So we need to talk to, wait. Who's here? Oh, hello. Oh, investigation together, are we? You do sure have gotten awfully chummy. Are you here alone, Kokichi? Hmm? Yeah, why?
も
We'll agree to investigate this with at least one other person.
うそうだっけ
Oh, did we? Well, just because we agree doesn't mean we have to do it, right?
うね
Ugh. Why would you do something that would make everyone suspicious of you?
でしょ
Because I'm an evil supreme leader, remember? I'm supposed to be suspicious.
いいかな
Anyway, there's something I wanted to ask. There's something I wanted to ask you. What were you doing at the time Brentor was killed?
へえ
Oh, an interrogation from the ultimate detective himself. What a rare opportunity. Then I'll gladly answer. To tell you the truth, I was in the library, smashing in Rantor's head. Hey, quit screwing around and take this seriously.
どうして
Why? Do I really need to tell you guys what I was doing?
あ
What?
だってさ
If I gave you honest answers now, you just make everything you just make everything boring, right? I'd just rather just tell you at the class trial. That would be way more fun. The trial's gonna be boring anyway since we'll have photo evidence.
やめてよ
What are you saying?
とにかく
I'm just saying, this is the game. Let's just have some fun with it.
違う
This isn't a game. Renter was murdered. All our lives are at stake.
興奮するよね
Exactly. It's a game of life and death.
に
I'm so excited. I want the class trial to start already. Is Kokichi actually enjoying the situation? Yeah, probably. Or most likely, you fucking psycho. I see you. I fucking see you. You're the kind of guy that probably likes to go into shopping centers, rip off the price of the price tag of like goods, and then switch places with other tags because like that's much of a psychopath you are, you fucking filthy Kokichi piece of shit. God damn it. Filthy, disgusting. Filthy, disgusting psychopath, dude. I swear. I swear. Wait. Are they in the dining hall? Now that I think about it. Anyone in the dining hall? Okay, in the library. Okay, sure. Bum 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 bum. Wah, 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 wah. Oh, hello, Tsumugi. Shirogane Tsumugi. Okay. Hey, Shirogane, I need to ask you something. She looks like she's busy thinking about something. She won't talk to me. Okay, but that's no excuse to give up. Grabbed the hem of Shirogane's skirt and began to lift it slowly.
いい
I'm gonna lift your skirt, Tsumugi. Is you okay with that?
お
Wait, Katie! You better talk or I'm gonna lift your skirt for Shuichi to see. And I'm gonna tie your skirt around your head so everyone can see your panties. Damn tough crowd.
わかったよ
I understand, I just need to talk, right?
うんうん
Oh, took you long enough. Well, I can't let Shuichi's innocent eyes get dirty.
違う
Ah, no, they won't get dirty. Okay, dude. Sure. Okay, so if I was an actual homie, I would actually tell Shuichi. Your girl is trying to test you to see if you would look at other girls' underwear. So So you just outed yourself as a goddamn degenerate. So damn. Okay. Well. Okay. Yeah. Sure. No. Women are. I mean, women are horrible. They face check with other women. They fucking face check with other women. What the shit is wrong with women? God damn.
犀原君
Are you saying you've seen dirtier, Shuichi?
どうしたの？
What do you want to talk about?
あのね
I'm just gonna cut to the chase since you're the ultimate cosplayer. That means you could disguise yourself as anyone. Even one of us, right? Oh, so that's what you think of me. Well, since we're in the situation, I'll be clear.
無理だよ
I only cosplay fictional characters. I don't cosplay real people. Or rather, I can't.
えっと
You can't? Isn't it easy to just wear someone else's clothes as disguise and...
ダメだよ
Cosplay isn't a disguise. Ah, sorry.
そうだよ
Well, you probably have a hard time believing me if I just say it. So, I'll show you.
えっと
Show me how.
おいで
Come on, Kairi. Wait. Okay, yeah, sure. What? What is happening? What is happening? Tsumugi grabbed my hand and dragged me to the girls' bathroom on the first floor. Oh?
えっと
Are you gonna punch me or tie me up?
こらこら
Hey, now, there's no way I do a thing like that.
ね
Then hurry up and take your clothes off. What? Why?
えうーん
Well, because I'm going to cosplay as you, of course. Now give me your clothes. Huh? But... Come on, hurry.
え
What? Okay. I slowly undressed and handed my clothes to Tsumugi. Okay, yeah, sure. After telling me to look the other way, I waited while she changed into my clothes. Okay, now you can look. I'm confused. Why is she pink? What? Is she allergic? Or is she just embarrassed that she's looking at another naked girl? I don't get it. I'm gonna lean towards maybe both. What? A gross bumpy rash. Oh yeah, it is an allergy. A gross bumpy rash has spread across Tsumugi's body.
はー中松楓ですうわーこれって宇宙のチアギアさんのお月の人のコスプレってわけじゃなくてアレルギーが出ちゃうんだよねフィクション以外のコスプレをするとさ
This is cospox, an allergic reaction that happens when I dress up as real people. What? What? I have never, dude. Wait, where's it? Oh, no, not this, not this. I have never heard such bullshit before. Actually, I have never actually heard such bullshit before. And Danganronpa 2 had some real fucking bullshit. Okay? Like, jeez. What?
それが私の力の代償私のコスプレは等価交換なの
Sure.
分かったからもういいよもう服を着替えよう
Yeah, sure. We exchanged our clothes, then returned to the library where Shuichi was waiting. Wait, doesn't that mean that she will be permanently, like, affected? Does it just happen when she's wearing somebody else's clothes? still, that's kind of like fucking bullshit. Honey, what's wrong? Tsumugi couldn't have disguised herself. You understand, since you saw the cospox, right? Cosplay is love. Cosplay is life. I do not wish to wear your dirty panties, or I will die. In a pinch. You breathe life into characters. It's almost like you're summoning them. From fiction into the real world, like an oracle channeling the gods. That's why I can cosplay various characters from across the wide world of fiction. But it's impossible to cosplay as someone who exists in the real world. Because that's not cosplay, it's just impersonating someone. Is that how it works? Wait, so I mean, I guess if you think about it like that, it's like if you wear the clothes of somebody else, are you actually cosplaying them? No, you wouldn't be cosplaying them because like they are real people, so therefore you're gonna cosplay them. Oh, maybe that makes sense. I really didn't need that long explanation. Okay, cool. Huh? This shine. It's time, you bastard! It's time for the long-awaited class trial. No, it's not. We're just announcing that the photos are ready. Don't interrupt me. Anyway, I'll be waiting at the warehouse. Hey, does my face look weird to you? Has my face always looked this weird? Akuma, yeah, sure. Did you hear that, Shuichi? The pictures have finally been developed. Let's go, come on. Gotta move on. Wait, Kaede. Okay, yeah, sure. Awesome. I ran as fast as I could to the school warehouse. I couldn't stay put, knowing the truth was so close at hand. Okay, sure. I ran a full sprint to the warehouse. Wait, Kaede, you shouldn't get so worked up. I can't help it. We're so close to learning the truth. We're gonna find out who the mastermind is. Okay, yeah, sure. Kuma. Oh, Akuma. Oh, you came. Sure did. I came to see you, Toots. You're as lovely as always. Oh, Minosuke, you're such a flirt. May I join you for a drink? Drink as much as you want. I've got cash to burn. Thank you. Excuse me, can we get a bottle here? This is great. Hey, how long are you guys gonna do this for? Take these. It's all the photos. They've separated in envelopes for each camera. Use them to take that bastard down. It's all up to you. Now. I'm so rich. What a journalist gonna do about it? Nothing. That's what. By the way, Monofani, wanna get out of here after your shift ends? I want a fancy steak dinner. What's your name and age? Home district. Salary. Do you have another job? Akuma. Sure. Anyway, it looks like we have the pictures now. Yeah, finally. Okay, sure. Got it. Are those the developed photos?
でしょ
The culprit should be in those photos, right? How exciting! I want to see them look in their culprit's face. All right, let's take a look.
えっと
Let's look at the photos taken by the camera near the front entrance first. The envelope that says front entrance has a total of 4 pictures. Let's see the first picture. Ah, this is when we arrived at the library, so I took a picture then. Yeah, this was right before we found Ranter's body. That's a pretty bad picture of me, but don't focus on it too much, okay?
もちろんだよ
That's the shirt. We do not care. Alright, let's see. Go to the next one.
えっと
This is...
これって
It's a picture of us running into the library after we heard Tanko scream. That doesn't help us at all. Hurry up and show us the next picture. Yeah, okay.
どうやら
This is everyone else who came to the library after the body discovery announcement. Everyone pictured here, myself included, was on our way to the basement. And we got here, they're a bit late.
つうか
Hey, these are all pictures of when we found the body. There is one more photo on the front entrance, correct? Yeah, let's take a look at that one.
あれ
Huh? Shuichi? Sorry, it looks like I tripped over one of the sensors when I was removing the cameras. What are you saying? This picture doesn't seem to have any clues that will help us either. Okay, so that camera is useless. The camera pointed at the front entrance only snapped these 4 pictures. Okay, 4 entrance photos. Neither Rantaro nor anyone else who could catfish the culprit are in the photos. So does that mean that... Wait, how does that even work then?
Wait.
Did they both enter through the back door then?
そうね
Let's examine the photos taken by the camera near the rear entrance then. Only 2 photos were taken by the camera pointed at the rear entrance. Let's see the first picture. Okay, let's see what's going on. Okay, Rantaro entered through the back door.
やっぱり
So Rantaro went in through the rear entrance, perhaps so no one would see him.
なるほ
I thought it might be possible that he was moved to the library after being murdered, but that does not appear to be the case.
どだとすると
So that means he was killed in the library after going there on his own will. Anyway, let's move on to the next one. Maybe it'll show the mastermind. Huh? Sorry, me again. And this is from when I was... Dude, it's going to be Shuichi, isn't it? It was from me when I was removing the camera. Yeah, what an attention hog. He had no choice. To remove the cameras, he had to be close to the sensors. Okay.
えっと
That's all for the rear entrance. Just these 2 photos. Okay. Culprit not in rear entrance photo either.
なんでですか
What does this mean? They're not in either front or rear entrance pictures. Yeah, that's pretty odd. Why isn't there a picture of the masterminds entering?
ね
Hey, Shuichi, don't you think that's weird? Let's look at the pictures from the hidden door camera. That might tell us something. Oh, yeah. That camera should have captured the moment the mastermind opened the door. I hope that was the case as I removed the photos from the envelope. There were two photos. The first one was... Oh, Rantaro? But if Rantaro was the one who moved the bookcase, then... he must have known about the hidden door. Could the culprit have gone into the hidden door? Yes, that is a possibility. For now, let us see the next picture. There's one remaining, isn't there? Yeah, here it is. Oh. What? Huh? Also, I'll take a notice that the flash of this camera actually works. Like, I thought that they disabled the flash of the camera, but it doesn't look like it did. What is Rantaro doing? It looked like he's searching for the camera. Maybe he was trying to remove it. Ah, I didn't notice something while I was removing the camera. The security sensor for this camera was switched off. In that case, this photo was likely taken just before the sensor was turned off. But that would mean that Rantaro noticed it. He saw our hidden camera, and that's where he got killed. Moving the bookcase triggers the sensor, which in turn activates the camera, right? The bookcase appears to have already been moved, so why did the sensor activate? Who cares? What happened to the culprit? How come they're not in any of the photos? These last photos must have been taken shortly before Rantaro was killed. If so, then the culprit should be pictured right behind him in this photo. Then, why is the culprit nowhere to be seen? Okay. Hidden door photos have been added to the truth bullet section of your monopad. I was like, yeah, I thought that the flash was deactivated of the cameras, but apparently they weren't. That's all the photos. So we gained no new clues. We still don't know who the culprit is. What a fucking waste! Did she really develop all the photos? Maybe she got rid of the ones that showed the culprit? Okay. How rude. I developed all the film that I was given. I swear by my almighty daddy. What? I swear by my almighty daddy that I did. Those are all the photos from the hidden cameras, so relax and get to deducing. Okay, yeah, sure. Is there seriously all the pictures? You gotta be kidding me! The culprit's not in any of them! If the culprit didn't go to the library, then how'd they kill Rantaro? Yeah, so this must be what they call a perfect crime. A perfect crime? Oh man, I've only been slacking off because I thought these photos would reveal the culprit. It should have been helping us investigate. Oh, by the way, Rantaro had his motorpad the whole time, didn't he? Do you think anything was in it? His student handbook did not contain much in the way of pertinent information. I doubt it has anything to do with the case. He simply had his motorpad with him. I inspected his motorpad, but I didn't find anything suspicious about it. Oh man, so it's got nothing to do with the case. How confusing. Kade, are you okay? Why? Why aren't they in the pictures? If the mastermind had these photos, it would have solved everything. So why the hell? Kade. Okay. Oh. Ding dong bing bong. Bada bing bada boom.
さーて、お待ちかねの学級裁判の時間だよ。お前ら、中庭にある裁きの祠までちゃっちゃと集合してください。ほら、緑の壁に囲まれた 赤い扉があったでしょ
Right.
あの扉の奥だよ。そこからお前らを素敵な学級裁判所へとご案内します。ぷぷぷ。じゃあ、また後でね。
Mata Etudenia. The time already.
そうね。
It seems we have no choice but to continue this discussion at the class trial. I do not want to go.
めんどい。
Me neither. What a pain. What, are you scared? An NPC like you has nothing to be scared of. It'll be fine. I just feel like my back is up against the wall. I just need to expose the mastermind to this class trial.
そうそう。
And then everything, including this killing game, will come to an end.
そうですね。
Yes, that's right.
わかりました。
Let's find a mastermind. And if it's a man, let's be... You know, for someone that hates men, men are constantly inside of her head. So maybe it's just like, oh yeah, maybe she's just very, very straight. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, oh yeah, like I'm so straight that women are my comfort people, and because women are my comfort people, I have nothing to be afraid of. But with men, I just get so turned on by men that I just avoid them 24/7, basically. Like, it could be that, basically.
やれやれだな。
Is it beating them to death going a bit far? Okay, sure. Everyone followed Monokuma's instructions and walked towards the courtyard. Actually, it makes sense from a muscular woman, actually.
大丈夫？
God, are you really... Are you okay?
ごめん。
Sorry, I didn't mean to worry you. I'm just shocked. I really thought that everything would be resolved once we looked at the photos. But I can't give up. I still can't I can still expose the mastermind in this class trial. And then everything, even this killing game, will come to an end. I'm okay now, Shuichi. Let's go. In the red door of in the courtyard, right? Okay, door. Let's leave, I guess. Let's see. Where is the door? Is it this one? Wait, the courtyard. Oh, this, like, wait. Wait, is it? Wait, where is it? Huh? Huh? What is a courtyard even? Wait. Storage. Wait, what? Oh, this. Okay. So it's here? Is it here? Or is it... No, wait. Is it this? Oh, has to be this. Okay, yeah, sure. Shrine of Judgment. Okay, makes sense. It's this red door, right? Okay.
あのさ、
Kaede, I have one more question. Do you really think it's one of us? Not just the culprit, but the mastermind as well? Huh? Isn't that what you told me, Shuichi? Yes, but it's just... That was only my deduction. I don't know if I should trust that. Well, I don't know if it's true either, but that's why we need to confirm it. If you just dismiss that possibility and look for... discuss them. If you just dismiss a possibility and look the other way without confirming anything, then you're just turning your back on the truth.
どうしたの？
What's the matter, Shuichi? You seem so sure of yourself during the investigation.
ごめん。
Ah, sorry. Let's go. I'm sure they're waiting for us inside. Okay, yeah, sure. So this is the Shrine of Judgment.
みんな
Careful, everyone. If bad things happen, be behind Gunta. Then give me a piggyback ride. Come on, carry me.
メス豚。
Oh my god. We're so fucking annoying. So are we doing the class trial here or what?
いや
No, Monokuma made it sound like we'd be guided somewhere from here.
困ったわね。
But Monokuma is nowhere to be seen. What's going on? Monokuma statue. This Monokuma statue gives off such a weird vibe. No, it totally makes sense. I like it. Okay, sure. What? Oh. What in the fucking boss fight? Actual boss fight actual boss fight entrance. Is this an elevator?
これは
Does he want us to board it?
嫌じゃ。
I don't want it. I don't do scary rides. I don't want to get on it either. Stay behind then. No, I'm sure that'll just be worse for you in the end.
そうだよね。
Yeah, that's true. I know.
あなたが望むなら。
However, if everyone wishes to run away, I will cooperate as well.
いや
That's probably not a good idea. There's nowhere to run. As long as the end wall exists, escape's not an option.
ね
It'll be fine. Let's all work together. Remember our promise? We're gonna escape this place and remain good friends afterward.
頑張らないと。
So let's do it. I'm sure we'll be alright.
うんうん。
Because we make such an incredible team.
へ
Huh. I wouldn't be able to carry myself as a man if I was still scared after hearing a girl say that.
宇宙に轟くモ
Bring
ー
it!
タカイトだぜ
I'll show them how I, Kaito Momota, Luminary of the Stars, live. What do you mean die?
バカ野郎
Don't say something all ominous like that. God, we come so far already. We just gotta do. All we just gotta do is. So let's do it. We have no choice. We can't turn back now. Okay, yeah, sure. Sure. Determined, we all stepped forward. Even as we walked towards the elevator, I was shaking with anxious dread. But I kept going because I decided to fight. And then everyone had boarded the elevator. Sure.
すげえじゃん本当にエレベーターになってるんだ
Right. El Clasico. El fucking Clasico.
それにしても随分と深く潜るんですね。
落ちていく僕らはどこまで落ちていくのだろうね
Right.
なんだか急にトイレに行きたくなってきたわい。
Right.
どうぞ遠慮なさらずに
Kibo, are you offering yourself? Kibo, are you offering yourself as a toilet? What?
さすが羞恥心のないロボットは言うことが違うね
Yeah. Oh, or that. Yeah, sure. As we waited to reach our destination, I whispered to Shuichi.
あのさ、
Um,
犀原くん、さっきの話の続きなんだけどさ、
okay.
真実を知るのが怖い気持ちってきっと誰にでもあると思う。でも
真実を見つけた人だけがその先の運命を選ぶことができるんだよ。
Right.
何が嘘で何が真実かわからないままだと何かを選ぶこともできない。
Dude, it's gonna be Shuichi, I swear to God. Like, it's gonna be.
きっと自分が選んだことすらわからないままだと思う。だから怖くても戦わないとダメだよ、真実と。君はそれができる人なんだからさ。それでも怖い時は遠慮なく他人の力を借りればいいんじゃないかな。自分だけじゃなくて他の人のためだと思うともう少しだけ力が湧いてくると思うよ。私もそうだったからね。コンクールで吐きそうなほど緊張してる時、いつも頭に浮かべていたのは私のピアノを聴いて笑顔になってくれた人たちのことだったからさ。赤松さん、じゃあ行こうか。こういう嫌なことはサクッと終わらせちゃおうよ。
Okay, sure. Those words were mainly for me, to inspire me, so I would not turn back. Okay, yeah, sure. I guess. After some time, the elevator finally came to a halt. The door slowly opened to reveal what awaited us on the other side. Welcome to the class trial! Oh boy, the class trial is finally starting! Finally a game that actually feels like a game. Just as the prophecy foretold. Listen up, from here on, things are gonna get so violent, you'll wish you could turn back. That's not true. There won't be any gory or violent scenes. I'm positive. This is an authentic replica of our courtroom. What about taste? Why are you making us do this? Is this fun for you? Okay, yeah, sure. Of course! Wait. My voice. Of course! Putting strangers in life or death scenarios is the best entertainment. You're certainly the worst. Worse or not, those who had fun are real winners in the world. It doesn't matter what terrible things you do or are done to you, as long as you're having fun. Wow, this is so sickening. It's almost refreshing. So how do we get this game going? There are podiums over there. Please stand behind the one with your name on it. Following Monokuma's instructions, we headed to our respective podiums. As I walked towards my podium, an image of his body flashed in my mind. Rantaro. He died without knowing his own ultimate talent. Nah, he was murdered by some horrible low-life scumbag. I'll never forgive his killer. That's why we're going to expose the mastermind and end this killing game. That's all I can do for Rantaro now. His killer is in the room with us. The mastermind who's controlling Monokuma and forcing us to play this killing game. I don't think I'll ever be fully prepared to find out who that person is. But we have to find out who it is so we can lift our suspicions of each other. So we can end this killing game. That's why I'm here. I can't show any fear here. I must fight till the bitter end. I will face this life or death class trial. Bum bum bum. Do you wish to save? Okay. Yes. Checkpoint. Okay, dude, this is a perfect time to end it. Dude, the introduction is double. The introduction to like the cases are double the time as what the as the other games, actually. Like, the other games had, like, less text and preparation to that. And it's like, I feel like definitely... Well, the thing is, I spent, like, like, an hour preparing to this stream. Like, talking an hour before we actually began. So that's also another thing. Also, another thing is, like, I was enjoying myself doing, like... I mean, I was enjoying the game altogether. In certain spots, basically. So to some degree, I can say that I just took my time with the game. Actually, like I just had to take my time with the game specifically. So yeah, if anything, I can say that I'm enjoying Danganronpa 3 a little bit more than the other ones, and it's because like it feels like Danganronpa 3 has more flavor to characters a little bit. Like, in the first two games, the characters were, like, very, very, like, shut to anyone interact with them. And it's like, you know what's funny? We're comparing Danganronpa 1 and Danganronpa 2. It feels like Danganronpa 3 feels like it has more built-in personalities that are already constructed, basically. And it's like, I guess that in some way or another, I can actually argue that that's kind of like what that vision was at the beginning of the game, where it was just like, Kaede was like, oh, I got a machine attached to my brain, and suddenly I have like all this background built into me. So because of that, I am not as shy as the other Danganronpa 1 and 2 characters. But I can be like, hey, I actually have a lore attached to my ultimate talents, basically, and it's like a little bit more constructed. Even although that technically speaking, it feels kind of like it's a fake background that was built onto the characters themselves. It kind of feels like it. It kind of feels like a lot of like the characters that are saying that they have the ultimate talents. They're more fake about it compared to Danganronpa 1 and 2. And it kind of feels like, yeah, they're like typing their personalities into them, and not necessarily because they are the ultimate somethings. Like in the other games, it was more believable that they were the ultimate somethings because they weren't actively looking to prove their skills. While on this one, they're actively looking to prove their skills to some degree, really. So it kind of makes me think that specifically, in the first one, it was like, yeah, everybody's the ultimate of something, and they'll just prove it as they go. On the second one, yeah, they're the ultimate something, but we find out specifically that they were in a simulation because we were trying to correct their ill intent onto the world and turn them back into the ultimate something, basically. Onto the things that they were good at. And on this one specifically, the ultimates feel like they were constructed from some things that were nothing at the very beginning, basically. So yeah, it's kind of like a difference between the ultimates that are actually something, the ultimates that were corrupted and are trying to be corrected, and the empty vessels that, and on this installment, it feels like they are empty vessels that are kind of declaring that they're ultimates when in realities, I feel like Danganronpa 3 is like the manifestation of the ultimate potential that they can be a part of, basically. Instead of just being like, hey, I guess instead of just being like, hey, you know what, yeah, you spawned as an ultimate, and we're gonna make you fight each other. No, this one is just like, no, we're gonna tell you that you're ultimates, and you're gonna fight and pretend that you're ultimates, and maybe you'll become the ultimate as you progress, rather than the ones that were like, oh yeah, we already have experience. It's just that we're manifesting it in a different way, really. So yeah, it's kind of like a weird thing when I actually look at it from that perspective, really. Kind of like an interesting take on the whole thing, because definitely like when I read into Kaede's like whole like text, it speaks like insecurity over what their ultimate talent is. And yeah, once I actually look at it, it's just like, oh yeah, you're the ultimate Aikido master, but you're constantly making like physical moves on the go. So it's kind of like, okay, yeah, sure. So maybe you're not a master, but you're the ultimate potential to be the Aikido master, basically. So yeah, that's kind of like the thing, and it's like Ryoma is the one that is kind of like, that sounds like the most tough, because like, oh yeah, I've been to prison or something like that. That kind of makes me think that it's just like, I don't think that you would flex that onto people that you don't know, basically. You know what I mean? It's like, it feels like the characters on this game are actively trying to flex, to fake it until they make it as ultimates, basically. So yeah, that's kind of what it sounds to me. If anything, comparing it to the older ultimates that were already kind of like built up and toughened up to be ultimates, these ones are like, oh yeah, we're kind of just starting out. We just think that we're ultimates, and we'll become ultimates, kind of. So yeah, basically. So yeah, anyway, let's get over here. Basically. But yeah, I'm having so much fun with Danganronpa in general. Like, I think that out of all the game series that exist that I have played so far, Danganronpa is the one that I'm like, oh yeah, I have fun with the characters. Like, I have so much fun with the characters. Like, they actually feel like real characters to begin with. I was like, oh dude, that's so good. Actually, I enjoy it, and I love the fact that it's just like, how do I put it? I just love the fact that it's how do I put it? I just love the fact that wait. I just love the fact specifically that they're different. That every time there's something different that makes everybody a little bit together in the group, basically, and it makes a huge impact. Basically, I think that it makes a huge impact compared to like, because it kind of like sets up the theme of the game in question, basically. It kind of sets up the, and that in itself is not a terrible thing. I think it's a great thing. Even I think it's like an excellent thing whenever like there's a bunch of people being set up to be like the ultimate somethings. It's like, it kind of shows that they're kind of shows that there's some kind of like delicacy attached to them, that is just like, oh well, yeah, you're kind of special because your group is kind of special because you're kind of in the same boat, if you look at it from that perspective. And it's like in Danganronpa 2, it kind of is exactly that, where it's like everybody in that island was sort of on the same boat. On the first game, it's like, oh yeah, you're kind of on the same boat too, in some shape or form, because you're ultimates of something. The second one is like, oh yeah, you were really skilled at what you did, but we're trying to correct that because, yeah, like, you were terrible people and you like destroyed everything. And like on the third one, what it looks like, it's like everybody looks kind of inexperienced, and maybe that's the whole topic of the game, that is like, oh yeah, we're gonna boost you up. We're gonna pretend that you're the ultimate of something, and you're gonna fight each other until the ultimate survives, basically. And it's like, that seems to be the theme of this game in particular, compared to like the other ones. And it kind of makes me wonder specifically if we're gonna see like Junko at the end of this game as well, as kind of like the game decider, basically, where we kind of realize that it's just like, oh, is it gonna be Junko again? Are we gonna have to fight Junko a fucking game? I was like, oh shit, that's kind of like so weird, actually. So yeah, that's like the funny part about it. So yeah, not a bad thing. Not a bad topic whatsoever. It's so good. I'm really, dude. It's like, as far as it goes, personally speaking, like I'm loving Persona, but it's like I've only played like one Persona basically fully, and it's like the more that I'm playing Danganronpa, the more I'm like, huh, maybe maybe I do like Danganronpa. Maybe I like it quite a bit. Maybe I do. Maybe I fucking do. You know? So it's like it kind of makes me sit a little bit with myself to be like, oh well, maybe I can start saying that that this series is my favorite when it comes to like visual novels, basically. I guess really. Um. So yeah, it is kind of like that specifically. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of like really love it. I love it with a passion. So anyway, tomorrow is Sunday. So tomorrow Sunday, most likely you're getting a Elden Ring stream, a chill Elden Ring stream. I'm probably just gonna be doing swords and shit. But I'm thinking about making like I don't know, like an Apex stream maybe, but I don't know. I kind of have to think about it, to be honest with you. It's just like at the moment, yeah. Like I think I have to like I'm the kind of person really that really likes to listen to what is happening, like to people basically. But and I'm not a person that is quick to judge. But at the same time, it's like when I see something that I don't like, I kind of like don't like it basically. So that's kind of like the thing altogether. It's not that it's a terrible thing, but at the same time, it's just like I kind of like whenever I see like something that I really don't like, and I see the bigger picture, I kind of think to myself a little bit, thinking like, okay, maybe I'm a little being a little bit too quick to misjudge, but at the same time, I'm a little bit like, yeah, I mean, there's reasons to be a little bit skeptical over like what is really happening, basically. So it's kind of like, yeah, I don't like. I'll kind of have to observe a little bit longer and see what is really happening to some degree. But at the same time, it's like I feel like I'm enjoying myself way more by myself playing Danganronpa and Terraria and Elden Ring at the moment. Like I feel like I'm enjoying myself way more doing this at the moment, and also doing like Spanish streams on like the Spanish channel of League of Legends. Like I feel like I'm enjoying myself at the moment a little bit more doing that uh, than with Apex at the moment, because with Apex it feels like to me it feels a little bit like a headache, because we kind of have to consider like the direction that the game is taking basically. So that's kind of why specifically it's a little bit of a troublesome topic to go over, because it's like, do I want to enjoy myself or do I want to like play a game that maybe makes me feel a little bit weird? I was like, I mean, I feel like right now what I've learned is like it's probably better to enjoy myself a little bit, because if I enjoy myself, things become much more calmer, and things get like a little bit more relaxed basically. Even although that it's still in the back of my head, but it's just like, yeah. So yeah, right now I feel like I should enjoy myself with the games that I'm playing, and yeah, like I feel like I should be doing that. I was like, I feel like it's better to have that authentic take, basically, because it kind of shows that it's I mean, it's better for mental health's sake to be like a little bit healthier in that regard, basically. So yeah, that's kind of like the thing specifically. Like like I would rather be just and fair and tell you how it is, basically, when it comes to like making like comfortable content. And that's I like me personally, I prefer to be a little bit more fair on that front rather than just being a snake and being like, hey, no, there's things that I like and dislike and so on and so on. So that's kind of mainly the main reason as to why I sometimes take some stance. Because I kind of like tend to look at the bigger picture when it comes to like game development and like the influence that gets behind it. Because like once you actually like try to understand what is really happening in the world, it's kind of like, we kind of have to observe a little bit before we take like some big decisions to be too comfortable in a situation, basically. And yeah, that's kind of like the big thing. Really, it's not so much of like judgment, but it's like the decisions that are happening to some degree. It just shows that there's not exactly like some kind of like psychological healing effect, but rather a psychological overpowering effect. And it's like when you actually look at it from the melting pot perspective, is like the melting pot perspective over the psychology of individuals should be to combine ideas or to combine the best things of like of individuals, basically. Whereas like at the moment, it just seems like there's too many individuals who are abandoning their own individuality for the sake of being right in a certain context. And it's just like, whenever there's that problem, that's when freedom stops being freedom, basically. That's when things go south. That's when specifically you start seeing a lot of more wrongs than rights. That's when the essence of the individual withers away, and you see a lot of mentally ill people saying nonsense on the street for the sake of protecting people that may not necessarily have the same psychology as them. And as a consequence, you get even more mentally ill people, and you get way more mentally ill people. You get more ill people as a consequence. So that's kind of like the thing, is like, if we are truly empathetic towards the essence of humanity, we kind of have to understand that sometimes whenever you do like a radical movement of having a melting pot of ideas, you kind of do need to be a little bit careful and empathetic over what the receiving end is going through. And it's like, it doesn't really mean that it's just like, oh, one side is suffering more than the other one. It's just like, yeah, everybody suffers, really. Whenever the melting pot movement happens. And it's like, because everybody suffers, you kind of have to be a little bit more like understanding what the core aspect of like a region, a game, a culture really means, basically. And that's kind of like the thing, when it's like, okay, if you're erasing like the aspect of your culture that makes your culture the flavor that it is, basically, and even worse, you're erasing the individuality for the sake of self-sacrifice and the better good. It's like, okay, yeah, the better good means erasing the individuality of of people for the willpower of another group, of another individual. It's like, I don't think that's what should be happening, because at that point it's conquest. At that point you're talking about conquering somebody else. You're not talking about collaborating, you're talking about conquest. So that's kind of like the thing in particular, really. And it's a little bit of a complicated topic altogether, but it's something that really needs to be taken into account, and to see that the hosts of regions, of cultures, of cultures, sometimes they're so weak, feeble, naive, and stupid that they think that everybody else is going to behave exactly like them. And in reality, it's just like, no, absolutely not. No, you need to go through. You need to get inside other people's heads before you actually understand what is truly happening in the world. And yeah, it kind of shows that for the longest time we had this kind of idea that it's like, oh, for the best of humanity, but it's like, okay, yeah, sure, but you kind of have to consider that it's just like you have to treat it for the safe keeping of individuals. You also have to consider the people who are being, everyone who is being affected by any kind of like important movement. And if you piss off enough people, you're gonna have to deal with a lot of those pissed off people because they're the ones who are dealing with their own broken plates, basically. As like, if you don't have respect for other people's broken plates, then how on earth are you going to even be a good leader if you can't even handle like a broken plate that has been scattered and been put on the ground? It's like, that's never going to happen. You're never going to be a good leader at that point. You're never going to be a good engineer at that point. You're never going to be that. You're just going to be a stepping stone for people that saw you as a weak person, and that you will be consumed as a consequences, and you will be seen as somebody who is incredibly worthless because you didn't have the spine to stand up to the essence of your own individualism and the individualism of others. So that's kind of the thing when it comes to like the psychology of like individuals. Basically, it's like, if you're telling your society to be weak on purpose, you're making everybody weak as a consequence. And you're only letting people to become stronger on somebody who thinks kind of the opposite as you. At that point, you're not strong, you're an idiot at that point. You're letting other people step over you, and you're letting other people make you the stepping stone at that point. So that's kind of the thing, really. So yeah, I'm gonna leave it at that. At least for this stream, and that's gonna be the topic of the stream. So yeah, tomorrow Elden Ring, look forward to that, and I'll see you soon. Have a good one. A good night, everybody. Have a good one. Have a good one. Have a good one. Next week, Thursday, 4:30 p.m. CST, you will have Danganronpa, the first trial. Look forward to it. Have a good one. Until next time, goodbye.